count their ballot at the end of the day. Others are going home to relax and wait for the outcome of the election today. Here we have an elderly man who will be speaking on the exercise here in Imegba, North Ibe, Esako East local government area.
Yeah.
Sorry, what's your name?
My name is Alhaji Ibrahim Awunu. Alhaji Ibrahim Awunu.
So how has it been so far?
Well, everything is successful. We start the election at 8:30 in the morning. Up to now, everything is going well. No problem at all. Everybody go to elect at his own choice.
So the beavers, have they been working here in Imegba Primary School?
Everything is working smoothly. We have no problem.
Looking at the security aspect, what do you have to say about that?
Everything is okay. Nobody arrests anybody. Everybody, as you come with happiness, you went to the polling unit, you vote a person of your choice, and you go back. Or if you like, you stay outside. Nobody arrests anybody. The security atmosphere is all quite okay.
In the election also, women are not left out participating in this exercise, as some of them have been enthusiastic to ensure that today is successful. Let's meet this young lady who will have to speak on the election.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Ambassador Dr. Fatima Ahmed Abdullahi. I am from this community. I am from Ward 9, Esako East local government area of Edo State. I am casting my vote in Unit 10 of those wards. As you can see, the election has been conducted successfully and is free and fair. Everybody is casting his franchise rights, and I think there's no obstruction to this end.
So generally, how will you assess the exercise here in your primary school?
Okay, fine. Everything is moving smoothly because the voters are casting their votes. They are not coerced to vote. Everybody is doing it out of free will because they think they have rights for good governance, especially the female. We are advocating for good governance, especially inclusion of female in leadership, politics, and governance. So I think this is a free and fair election.
So what makes you feel is free and fair election?
Because since we've been voting, there's no fight, there's no quarrel, there's nothing. Everybody will just come, be accredited, and you just cast your vote and go back home.
Thank you very much. We have another elderly man who would like to speak on the conduct of this exercise this afternoon.
Well,
what's your name, sir?
My name is Moru Yahaya.
Okay, what do you have to say about this exercise?
The election was peaceful and fair. There's no problem. I'm in Unit 4. The election is fine. There's no problem.
Well, right back here, I really would have wanted to ask a reporter there to give us an insight into the number of women there, because I wanted to take it up from where the lady he interviewed spoke about inclusivity, and when she talked about bringing in more women to leadership positions. I would have loved to ask him to assess the number of female voters. Yes, Victor is back, I suppose. Yes, right. So let me just put this to you, if you're still right there. The young lady, the lady you interviewed talked about more women in leadership positions. What's your assessment of the turnout of female voters where you are? All right, well, he's in. But back here in the studio, what would you say about the turnout of women from reports you've had?
Yeah, yesterday when we were analyzing the demography of the electorates in Benin, those that collected their PVCs, it's called the men were more in number. But my experience as an election observer, the women do more of the voting. Yeah, because they take it religiously, they consciously and unconsciously believe it's their civic right and duty, and they do turn out on the day of election to vote. Well, at the end of the day, we'll be able to know the number of votes cast by women.
Right. Let me put the same question to Dr. Daniel Ekariafo in Benin there. Just assess the participation of women in the voting exercise. It was so good to hear the lady talk about wanting to bring more women into leadership positions. Now, we would have also been assessing how many women would contest for political office, and not just in Edo State, across the country. But let's start from the premise of the voters who, you know, Chris here has said participate more in terms of voting than the men.
While heading to the studio here, I traversed a number of polling units, and from just a clear observation, it is obvious that you will see there were more women in the polling units than men. And the reason is not far-fetched. When it comes to persuasion, women are more easily persuaded than men. So the question we should ask ourselves is, men are in charge of power. We easily get access to power, but when it comes to participation, men are a little laid back. I don't know the reason for this. However, the reason why women are more in the political process, even in our religious circle, is that women are more open to accepting messages of change, messages of hope, than men. The reality is that you see a lot of men exercising doubt about the capacity of these individuals to deliver. But for women, once you have assured them that this person will deliver, or this person has a capacity, she will definitely ask you, are you sure this person can do this? If you give her the assurance that the person can, she will definitely come out and support the individual. This is one unique feature about women, the ability to accept persuasive messages, whether in the area of politics, religious messages, health messages, and all that. In the area of leadership, it's a question that women need to ask themselves. When it comes to political participation, they are more, but when it is time for them to vote for their own, there is this reluctance on the part of women to support their own. You recall that, was it in 2015, during the then presidential primary where Sarah Jubri contested? She was the only one that voted for herself. All the female delegates did not vote for her. And I started asking myself, those from the Market Women Association who were chosen as delegates, what happened to their cry for inclusivity in the governance process? A woman came forward. Even in this last general election, the APC primaries, you recall her name, I don't know whether it's the right pronunciation of her name. She did not get any vote. That tells you the attitude of women to their own. I believe sincerely, if women begin to support the cause of women, it will be very fast for them to get access to power. But where their attitude has always been, well, I don't know whether it's jealousy on the part of women against their fellow women, this attitude deprives them of the capacity to get power. But until women start thinking of their own, because men are not the only one having inclusivity to leadership capacity. There are women who have served brilliantly in different capacities, and we see the impact they made in those organizations. The unfortunate thing is that when such women come out for political positions, they are often denied. Beyond that, if you look at our political system, the resources needed to contest for political positions, the type of clout you are expected to have, over the years, women have not built this level of capacity. And as a result, men continue to have their way. And if you look at the caucuses of our parties, in terms of who decide who gets what, the caucus of a party, you may not even find a woman in the caucus. And it's at the caucus that decisions are taken as to who gets what, who should not get what. So if it continues this way, it will be difficult for women to have access to power. The best they can get is few cases of female senators, House of Rep members, or those who are appointed to appointed positions. So women need to start thinking about helping their own. There's nothing wrong if women will form more women political party and see if that will drive a process. Men who are interested in joining such parties can provide advice, strategies on how they can succeed. But as our parties are structured today, they are dominated by men, and men are not in a hurry to give up power. Funny enough, when I did my master's, about 15 years ago or so, I did a research on women empowerment, and my external examiner asked me, are you asking men to wait so that women will take over power? I could not answer the question. Is it because I was advocating for women empowerment and all that? So the reality is that women themselves need to sit up, they need to build synergy, open up to themselves, help themselves, so that they can have access to power. Beyond that, the ones that are currently occupying political positions, they should show leadership. They should provide clear examples of what it means to be a leader, so that both the men who have been, in a way, I will not say opposed to women leadership, can say, woman A did excellently well in this. Let's give support to woman B. If we start thinking in this way, or women start acting in this way, we may get to that point very fast.
Well, in the case of Mrs. Ohaneye, she actually stepped down. She came on the podium and said she was ceding, everything to President Tinubu, then candidate Tinubu, who went on to become president. But there are those who have said some of the challenges that women face when it comes to seeking elective office, because the political structure in these parts is so skewed in favor of the men, and because many political activities, the horse trading and all those, they take place in the middle of the night or the wee hours of the morning, when culturally women are not expected to be out. And so how is it that, again, they point to other cultural and religious factors, and how many men, especially in the case of married women, would sit back comfortable that their wives are out at 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. holding a political meeting. And for those who are not married, the view of society that such single women would be out up to 3 or 4 in the morning holding meetings. So those are the things they say scare women from going in for elective positions. How do you respond to that?
It is true that these issues are basic barriers to women's capacity to enter into leadership. However, if we begin advocacy that political parties need to re-strategize, we may not change it all of a sudden. We can insist that women in political parties should insist that certain meetings should be held at certain hours of the day so that they can participate in the process. Like you said, not every man will allow his wife to enter into a political meeting at the wee hours of the night. Only a few will tolerate that. However, on the part of the men, if we must build an inclusive society where things work for everybody, political parties themselves should start thinking of how to involve women in these processes by creating opportunity, fixing meetings at the right hour. I know some parties sometimes cede these positions to women or give tickets to women free because of the high cost. If we continue on this path, it will encourage more women to participate. Beyond that, our political system is too monetized. My little experience has shown that to contest for the House of Rep, you need millions of naira. Beyond buying the ticket, you need to organize campaigns, settle party leaders, organize. Sometimes I'll be asking myself, for you to run for House of Rep in some part of this country, you will need up to 250, 300 million. And some other persons will tell you, if I have such money, why should I go into politics? I will invest it in business. So because of this high cost, women are not interested. So we should think of making laws that will regulate electoral spending. Although we may say these laws are in our electoral act, but in practice is far from it. And we have so monetized our system that people struggle for political party offices so that they can get certain kickbacks. These are the things that make our political system very expensive that women are running away from. On the part of our religious leaders, if we must build a society that empowers women, I think the religious leaders should start thinking about making, I will not say laws, or providing regulations that will give safe landing to women so that they can find sense of belonging in the political space. If you find women who succeed in the political system here, they are very strong husbands, uncles, standing behind them. For those other women who have interest and they have capacity, if they don't have such people behind them, the reality is that they can speak all the grammar, present all the strategies. The men will tell them, you are not the type of person we are looking for. This is where the challenge is. So women should continue to advocate, form synergy, make demands of executives on how best women can have more inclusivity or inclusion in the process. When we do this, it may take time. Gradually, we'll start seeing women presence in our political system. A place like Rwanda, a place like Kenya, we've seen the impact of such advocacy, such that you now see a lot of women in their political system, because the political system has created avenues for women to participate without subjecting them to the type of rigors we create here. And these rigors we have created are just barriers that deprive women of such capacity. In my little stay in leadership position, we've seen women who have shown character, who have shown leadership. If they can manage big institutions in this way, I think if they are given a larger responsibility by creating avenues that are not too strict, women will get more involved in the political system. I think these are things.
Okay. Thank you so much, Prof. We will return to you in just a moment, and we'll further expand this discussion about women's participation in politics. But for now, we have Obehi Otobo Presai in Benin. Let's link up with her. Obehi, what's new?
Well, what's new is the fact that I have moved from my former location to Okaigben Primary School, which has Unit 4 and 5, Ward 1. And currently, I am in this location where the voting is still ongoing. Actually, the official time for the end of voting is supposed to be 2 p.m. But because equipment and INEC staff arrived a little bit behind schedule, voting is still ongoing. And so the caveats in the law, in the official law of INEC, is that voting will officially end when the last person on the queue here casts their ballot. One unique thing I have noticed also in this ward is the fact that all the other wards I visited, we've had more of the elderly. But in this ward, I noticed that we have a long lineup of first-time voters, and I have some of them here. What's your name?
My name is Ogbede Vivian.
Vivian, how do you feel to be voting for the first time? Tell me about the experience.
I like to be voting because I like votes. I want this election to move on so that...
You're happy to be voting?
Yes.
All right, let's talk to your friend here. What's your name?
My name is Destiny.
Come closer, please.
Destiny.
So, Esther, what has been your experience, Destiny?
Well, I'm here because I'm feel happy to the advice to vote, because I'm feel happy that I want to vote the first time. So I'm here because I want to vote.
All right, thank you. Come closer, we have more of them. So many on this queue here in this unit. What's your name?
Emmanuel Faith. I'm so excited for this vote, first time for voting here.
What's your name?
Emmanuel Faith.
So Emmanuel Faith, tell us your experience as a first-time voter.
I'm so excited for first time voting here. I'm so happy for everything that's going on.
So would you want to participate in future elections?
Yes. I'm so prepared to participate in future election.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
There are so many of them on the queue here in this ward. Well, we'll leave the first-time voters now and speak to someone who has voted, and so that he can tell us his experience. Sir, your name, please.
I'm Barrister Nicholas of NK.
All right. How has the experience been?
Beautiful, going well, lovely.
So what's the, have INEC and the police officials, have they met your expectation here today?
Yes, of course, though they were behind schedule, but yeah, it's going well. They were behind schedule, and that's why we are still here. But they didn't keep to that time, yeah. But beside that, it's going very well.
All right. There you have it from this unit. Now we'll be moving to other areas to monitor the process.
Just before you leave, it's a good thing you talked about the elderly and the first-time voters. And just before we came to you, we were talking about the number of women participating in elections and women in leadership positions. And so I see that the two first-time voters you spoke to were all females. Would you say from where you are, there are more female voters than male?
Yes, that is something I noticed. There are more female voters, especially the young ones. So we have more female representatives here than the male.
We'll let you move to some other location and check in with you much later. Thank you. All right. Back here in Abuja, let me introduce another guest who has joined us here on this discussion, Professor Abiodun Adeni, who's with here. He's an international affairs analyst. Prof, it's good to have you join us here.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Thank
right.
You. Yeah.
All eyes on Edu. Yeah. That's what we've been on since this morning. So let's start off by asking you your impression so far about what's going on in Edo State.
Well, it's a good day for Edo, considering that it's one of the very few states that we have in this country that belong to the off-circle brackets. And Edo has been specifically characterized by a frenzied, frenetic campaign process on account of the strong characters always involved in the electioneering process. Strong characters, not in strength of physical strength, but in terms of oratorical prowess, ability to mobilize, war chests, and perhaps their pedigree at the national level. Oftentimes, most of these people, could even fit to be presidents of this country or to vie for Nigeria's presidency. But they oftentimes, naturally anyway, choose to begin from the home front, consistent with arguments in political circles that politics is local. Sometimes we see them becoming senators, governors, and of course, lashing in before they come into the center. So they have outstanding pedigrees, no doubt, most time in the private sector or in the quasi-public sector before they come into governance. So when it comes to electioneering, you can see them always very, very stimulated, agitated, driving to gain advantage over their opponents. And of course, they capture the imagination of of the rest of the citizenry, given the drama, the razzmatazz that often characterize that process. And that's what we've seen in the last couple of weeks, leading to wishes in places and in circles that at the end of the day, that it should turn out to be a peaceful election, because the build-up has been very, very frenetic, creating fears that it might degenerate, that violence might erupt. And of course, we also saw the regular intervention of the Peace Committee led by Reverend Father Kuka, former head of state, and the rest of them there. We saw them in Edo State. We saw the drama, one party initially refusing to sign and the other party completely refusing to sign. This also raised anxiety over what will become of today. But so far, it's been so good, and we can only invest our hope that at the end of the day, we'll see a free, fair, credible, and even transparent election.
Okay, thank you, Prof. But at this point in time, we link up with Jude Abugu in Oredu, Ward 1. Jude, is that where you are? So bring us up to date on what's there.
Thank you, Syria. Yes, we are at Garrick Memorial Center, where units 19, 20, and 21 are located for Oredo Ward 1. Actually, the number of persons on the queue have reduced, and it is an indication that all the people that came out to exercise their franchise today were able to cast their ballots. It's remaining few minutes to 2 o'clock when the election will gradually come to conclusion and the voting will close at 2:30. But while we arrived at this voting center, we ran into some domestic observers. So we will be speaking to Mr. Mobolaji Ojebara, the General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, to give us his assessment of the process so far. Good afternoon, Mr. Mobolaji. What do you have to say about the election going on in Edo State today?
Good afternoon, Jude. Thank you. Of course, I can say that the election generally in Edo State today is peaceful. The people are orderly, and the process has been going on each free. Of course, there have been a lot of security personnel in and around the voting centers. The venues are well protected. The people feel secured. For a lot of centers we have visited this morning, we noticed the early arrival of INEC staff, members of staff, early arrival of materials, and of course early setup of the election materials. People divide the rain for the places where people came out to vote and exercise their franchise. However, it is not. We've also visited a few centers where, as at 1 o'clock or thereabout, when we left the place, 1 p.m. I mean, INEC officials and of course materials have not arrived such places. I have, for instance, Ego Ward 1. There are a couple of units there, but for unit 30, as at 1 o'clock this afternoon, INEC officials have not arrived that center, that unit, and of course the people are there waiting. Of course, some other people amongst those who were waiting have left in frustration, that if they could have been there since 8:30, and by 1 p.m. the officials have still not arrived. So that's only place, a few places.
So were you able to find out why these materials and the INEC personnel were yet to arrive that units you mentioned before leaving there?
No, of course we have the people around there. They only said they have not seen them, and of course our role is to observe, not to call anybody to order or to question anybody, so to say. Of course, we make our inquiries. We saw a security personnel there who also who said that was the unit he was posted to. He also said he has not seen the INEC officials, and we observed that, and that is all we could have done in circumstance. That those people were not there, the materials were not there as at 1 p.m. And of course, voting could not have commenced at that center by that time. But for all the other places we have been to, we noticed orderliness, we noticed peaceful conduct of exercise, and we also noticed the presence of security personnel in virtually all the units, centers and areas and wards so far that we have visited.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mobolaji, for your feedback. We believe that INEC officials are taking notes of all that we are feeding from the field. And just like other people we have interviewed, and from our own observation from the field, the election has been generally peaceful. As of now, the people in these polling units are in clusters, discussing like brothers and sisters, and they hope that it will continue like this till the end of the election. Thank you, and back to you, Siri.
All right. Thank you very much, Jude. We'll check in on you later. But what we've just heard now from one of the observers is that there's a place where, as at 1 o'clock this afternoon, officials were yet to arrive. And what impact would this now have on the rest part of it? Because, as it says, the people who were hoping to vote had queued up from 8:30, and in frustration, they left. Would you expect that those people would come back at whenever, the officials return? Or some of them would just have said, well, that's it for the day?
It's indeed really very sad, Cyril. It's very, very sad that as at 1 p.m., materials have not arrived at a particular polling station. And that is what we were saying earlier on, that our electoral process need to be amended in such a way that materials can get to the polling unit as at when due. Because the situation whereby voters are frustrated, they stay on the line waiting for materials to arrive for hours without voting and so on. It's another way of undermining the process, because by the time they get angry or they become tired or frustrated and go back home, a lot of people would have been disenfranchised. I just sincerely hope that should be an isolated case. If it is not, and if it is widespread, then it's most unfortunate. And I don't want to believe that it's one of these popular antics among politicians to see how they can frustrate the process in different ways. But whatever the reason are why the materials have not arrived at a particular polling unit hours after voting has commenced in other parts, it is not a good testimony at all. And I want to urge INEC to not only extend the period for that particular or those particular units that have similar problems. And now with that, I see no reason why this whole process will not extend to late in the night, because it's so unfortunate, except if I know that in the INEC law there's a provision that in such areas voting can still be replicated the following day, that is tomorrow. So, but it's not a good report at all, and INEC has to do something about those areas where materials arrive very late.
Well, right on the heels of the revelation that as at 1 o'clock this afternoon, officials and materials were yet to arrive at a voting point, which of course is a low, even as people say they hope it's an isolated case. On the other hand, it is commendation for the Independent National Electoral Commission by the House of Representatives leader, Professor Julius Ihonvere. And this was after he voted in his hometown, Okwase-Osi, in Owan West local government area.
I think INEC has done very well. The materials arrived on time, and their staff were ready to immediately begin work on time. So, and it is moving smoothly. The beavers is working. So I think on that note, I commend them. In terms of security, the presence of security is better than it used to be. But that has not stopped some of these cult boys and thugs from moving from unit to unit, threatening voters. And I think that's some area we need to work. But I think the problem there is a very large number of unemployed young people in this local government. I always say that 85% of graduates in this local government are jobless. There is no federal, well, some federal presence. We have Cocoa Research Institute, but there is nothing, no state presence here. Many of the schools have no teachers. Some have 2 teachers. So there is total neglect of Owan federal constituency, particularly Owan West. So I think security, they're doing okay so far. There's been no conflict in this area. I've heard about some problems, 1 or 2 units. I've gone there to try and sort them out, but we will survive. In terms of the voters, as you can see, the turnout is good. The turnout is good, even with the rains this morning, but it's gone down now. And we're hoping for a good result.
So far, so good. Our people have been very orderly, and I'm excited about that. The INEC, though they came a little bit late, but at least they have started working now, and there's a progress on it. Security-wise, no issue yet at all. And we don't hope that we're going to have issue. Our people were the same. Go there and cast your vote for your candidate. So I think everything's going on well so far.
It's free and fair. Free and fair. But the only thing is that with what I'm hearing from here and there, they are doing what we call vote buying. 20,000 per vote, 10,000 per vote, as the case may be.
Some revelation, but let's go over to Benin studio where Dr. Daniel Ekariafo is still there. Dr. Ekariafo, how do you respond to these 2 issues that have been raised by the last 2 speakers? First, leader of the House of Representatives, Professor Ihonvere, who said some of the cult boys, as he said, were still going around threatening people. And the last speaker who said, that's Dixon Ahonsi, the chairman of the Owan West local government, who said that there were people who were buying votes for as much as 20,000 naira.
Yes. The reality is that vote buying is not peculiar to that area. Today, somewhere around Poba Oka, vote buying was for the sum of 15,000 naira. In Igbanke, the same 15,000 naira for those who were really ready to trade their ballot for 15,000. Some other places, 10,000. Who are the people doing this? They are the politicians that are offering the poor people such amount of money to vote for their candidate. And it's a sad tale. The leader of the House made reference to the fact that there is no state and federal presence. I think it's a direct indictment of his own leadership, in the sense that he has been in the House now for about 5 or 6 years. He should do more to attract federal presence to that area so that the issue of unemployment can be addressed. Secondly, who are the people patronizing the court boys? Who are those recruiting them for violence? It is the same political class. Most of the time we engage in rhetorics without doing the needful. In Benin here, the large number of youth who are involved in courtesy is so high. One day I was driving from Ekewa campus to Ugbo campus for an official meeting. I saw young men in their buses, over 20. The way they were driving, I had to park by the side of the road to observe what was going on. And later, when I asked one of my students, he told me that a leader of one of the court groups died. So members had to show solidarity for the burial. So the issue of courtism is not a hidden thing. This year alone, they killed themselves. Over 153 or so died as a result of court-related cases. Young boys in their primes. It's a growing thing. And I don't know. It still falls back to the leadership question. What are they doing about it? Many of them have been recruited, paid huge sums of money to engage in one form of violence. It is a two-way strategy on the part of this recruitment. There are parties that recruited these boys. In case the security agencies will compromise, they will use the boys to counter the offensive. Case talks will come out later to rig. This is one of the intelligence I have about this recruitment. Secondly, this period is a period where leaders of the court group make a lot of money, because the political parties will approach them for protection, we approach them to do the dirty jobs, and the leaders are paid huge sums of money, and the leaders in turn will make promises to these young boys that after this exercise you are going to get huge sums of money. And a man who is idle and a promise of 50,000 naira is made to him or her, the tendency is that they will go at it because they are not doing anything. Beyond that, there is a mad rush for quick money among the youth today. Why? People are running away from the farms. Only very few are engaged in farming. We used to be an area that take many young people away from laziness and idle acts. And because the farms are not safe, and this craze about quick money, you see some of them joining with the mind that that will make them rich. And the folly that I offer these young people, I still wonder why many are falling into it. Unfortunately, many of them attend churches, they go to mosque, but they are involved in all this act. So if you ask a young man why is he involved in this act, he will tell you it's for self-protection. I said, who is pursuing you that you are looking for self-protection? He said, you know now, as a guy, you need to belong. This.
Yes, Dr. Mali, what were I mean, sorry, Dr. Ekaria, for. I hope that at this point in time in our discussions, we are not beginning to see the underbelly of the Edo elections, because when we started this discussion, we were asking if the norm has now become, at the start of any exercise as this, we would say, well, so far so good, and hope, and in the usual Nigerian parlance, pray that it remains this way. Now we're getting one or two reports, and I'm saying, in that same parlance, I hope we're not beginning to see the underbelly of these elections. Because, Chris, we started that way, yes, and now we're getting reports. There were threats. Now we're getting reports. There were cases of vote buying. We're getting reports that some cult boys are going around and trying to disrupt. Yeah. And that in spite of when my colleague in Benin, then Fisai Ogunfi, showed us the complete kit of AIG Bennett Igwe, suggesting that there is war out there. Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, well, that is it. Every election is a misgrill of some sort. The good, the bad, and the ugly. And then we are by 1 p.m. there's no materials, no election. Other places, you have praises, they came in time, and everything is going smoothly. Now, the underbelly of what is emerging is a phenomenon that is, emerging. And as we're entering this phase of the election, we'll still hear more stories, some bad, ugly ones, as it gets into sorting of balloting, ending of polling, and then result collation, and so on and so forth. But in all, what our hope and our expectation is that, that the darkness cannot overshadow light, most especially in this Edo election. And as per, well, thank God for at the point I found that the number of security men mobilized. But you can hear from people who are on ground about the activities of cult boys. They had about 153 of young people killing themselves over cult-related issues. And these guys that are high on drugs, they can face because they are no longer themselves. But I think the security agencies are prepared. Election is a misgrill. We're hoping as the scenario unfolds that at the end of the day there will be something palatable and good.
Same word, we hope and pray. At this point, let's return to Victor Archer, our correspondent on ground, and let's hear what Victor has to tell us at this point.
Yeah, welcome to Imiakebu in Esako East Local Government Area. The voting has been on here since morning. Information we gathered is that voting started here at about 8:30 in the morning. At this time, it's after 2, and as you can see at the background, we still have a large crowd of people that are waiting to vote. One striking feature of voting here, of this exercise in Imiakebu, is that it is characterized by many first-timers who want to vote in this election. Some of the first-timers are eager to vote. Hence, they are queuing up at the moment to ensure that they take turn to vote for the candidate of their choice in this Edo election. Let's see some of the first-timer. You are a first-timer. How are you?
So I'm glad that I'm voting here today. I'm happy, I'm okay of everything. So I'm happy for this vote. I'm voting here today.
So why have you not voted? Is it that you did not come early or you are just coming?
I did not come early, I'm just coming. That is why I'm not voted here today. So I'm happy, I will vote. I will still vote. By the grace of God, I will vote.
So how do you see the system since morning? Now this is your first experience. Now seeing people who are voting and you are staying in the queue, you want to vote. So how do you feel? Are you excited?
Yes, I feel happy. I feel excited. I will feel good when people are voting. Because when I reach then, I will feel happy that I'm still voting this field today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we have another one who is here to also vote. So have you voted?
No, sir.
Do you want to vote? So where is your card?
This is my card.
Okay, this is your card. So is this your first time of voting?
Yes, sir.
How do you feel you want to vote in this election today?
I feel very good to vote in this election today.
So this is your first time of voting?
Yes, sir.
So now voting, do you understand what is voting now, seeing people who are in the field there today?
Yes, sir. I understand this, seeing people voting from different tribes serving for us together. So I think it's voting for today.
Thank you very much. We have also an aged man, a 78-year-old man who has been here since morning. He has voted, but he said he is waiting patiently to see that his vote count. Hence, he is here. You're welcome.
All right, welcome.
What's your name?
My name is Adolfo Sadoga.
You say your name is what?
My name is Adolfo Sadoga, ex-soldier.
Okay, ex-soldier.
Yes.
So how is the exercise so far here in your ward?
The exercise is very clean and very peaceful and very cool. There is no problem, no fighting, no any drag. We are dealing it successfully with everybody.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, in this place, when we came in, we did not see any security agent here in this place. We are told that they came earlier on and they have left the place. Unlike other areas where you have a standby security in the police units, in Imiakebu here, the situation is different. But we have also a young man who has something to tell us on this election. So what do you have to say about this election?
Good afternoon, the viewers. My name is Comrade Patrick Idewo. I'm one of the SA to the governor. This is Unit 15 in Imiakebu, Esako East local government area of Edo State. And the situation I'm seeing in Unit 15, number one, there is oppression. But some of the political leaders in APC, by collecting voters' cards from people, oppressing the poor, the less privileged, in order to vote against the party.
Yeah, well, back here in the studio, Professor Adeni, I want to assume, looking at those people that were interviewed, the first-timers, I want to assume that these are those who have only recently attained the legal voting age of 18. But so far, it's been a mixed bag. Smooth, no worries, and the beavers working fine. But in other areas, late arrival, as we heard, as late as 1 p.m., no materials, no officials. Intimidation, as we heard from the House leader himself. And so many others. And I think the last speaker there before we lost the audio on that, the question of intimidation, vote buying and all that. What do you make of all this?
Well, Cyril, I think you captured it excellently well. It's an election process. It's always a major event, a festival of democracy. And of course, we're talking about Edo State here, a very a frontline state in many regards. And of course, what we expect is just what we're seeing now, a cocktail of variables. Variables that we hope, like I said earlier, will end up in a successful completion of the process, through the emergence of a winner that will relatively be able to adjudge as, in the process that will relatively be able to adjudge as free, fair, credible, and transparent. This can be very difficult to measure, but of course, in the eyes of the public, there has emerged a way in which we determine metrics ourselves and to say, okay, this is not too bad. But be that as it may, there's nothing outrageous thus far anyway, apart from the delays. The delays are something that has often been a feature of our electioneering process. Do not forget, we need to sometimes also situate these things within the broader context of our political economy, of our society at large. A society that is problematic. We're still struggling with a couple of things around logistics, transportation, and of course, weather, we cannot determine that, act of God. But what about the human element? Sometimes human element often fail us, where you expect people to be speak and span with respect to performance, service delivery, they fall short, they drop the ball on account of compromises here and there. So if we witness, these limitations in other spheres of life, we do not expect that when it comes to an electioneering process, the day of election, for instance, that they will not manifest. And it is the manifestation of these that is sometimes leading to these tardiness that we are witnessing. But overall, we will continue to, we just hope that the tardy aspect of it will not override the effective, productive aspect of the process, so that by the time we're doing an aggregation of what the outcome is, we'll be able to say, yeah, that it has been successful. And let's not also forget, Cyril, that in any event like this, what is likely to seize our imagination fastest are the negative, But when it comes like that, then we'll need to be very, very evaluative to see whether the negative is actually overriding the positive. But if the negative is not overriding the positive, then we can, pat ourselves on the back and say, yes, we have done relatively well and work towards improving the next time. But I want to be consoled by the fact that there's nothing damaging just yet. Yes, vote buying allegations have been made. That can be very difficult to prove, but we know that it can also be a valid reportage from those who have attested to it. And of course, it's something that we know that politicians will find it very difficult to stop this, considering the advantage it gives to them, considering the fact that they also have the wherewithal, considering the fact again that the people that whose vote they are buying are also complicit, and they're also willing. They are vulnerable people who do not have the willpower to resist it on account of the permanent state of want that they are in, coming again from long years of neglect, long years of misgovernance, or misappropriation of resources and all of that. So, but what do we do in this circumstance? Well, we've taken note of it, we've done our analysis, we've learned lessons, and we'll move into solutions. And the solutions, again, will be provided by the political leaders, through the instrumentality, once more, of the electioneering process, So it's a work in progress. And of course, it's a major character of democracy itself, which is, like we often say, a journey and not necessarily a destination.
All right. We'll return to this in a short while, but let's link up with Anwuli, who is standing by to update us on what's happening at his location. Anwuli.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. We are at Olua Primary School in Ward 7, Ward 7 has about 41 polling units, but at Olua Primary School here, it has Ward 3 to Ward 10. So about 8 polling units here. Voting is, has gone to the part where voters are just waiting for sorting. Though we have last-minute voters trickling in, most likely because of the rain, because there was a heavy downpour here, and it kind of made voters, stay back. But now we have last-minute voters coming in, one by one. I have some who just voted. She's here. Please come along. All right, she's coming. Okay, well done. Thank you very much. So, how's the process like for you? We were talking about earlier the rain here. So, but now that you're here, you voted already in less than how many minutes? So, how is it?
So far so good. The process has been okay. I came here and the voting has been so far so good, so it's nice. And because of the rain, we didn't really come out on time, but so far the environment and the whole place, there have been no violence and everything. It has been so calm and everything. So it looks okay.
Okay, we have a few other persons here who would like to share their experience. Everybody's just waiting for the 2:30 time belt where sorting, counting would begin. So we have a few persons who would also like to share their experience here. The former commissioner for information, Enwata, yes, Andre Enwata is here with us. So what's your take on how the election process went here, the voting process went here?
Thank you. Generally, I think the voting process has been seamless, peaceful. Initially, we had a large voter turnout, but the rain sort of discouraged people. And a whole lot of people, I'm sorry to say, some persons may have gone home because of the rain, frustrated in that heavy downpour. But if you ask me, fair and good, the only incident we've had is I think one of the units, 21, very close by.
Which you mentioned that was sorted.
Somebody went there and unfortunately destroyed some of the materials, and that's...
But how was the response to that action?
I think the police have arrested the person, and we hear the person is at the state police command. I think a youth leader, I don't want to mention, because the process is still on, the name of a political party, but it was a youth leader of a party that was involved. So the investigations will now reveal the person's true identity. But the good thing about it is that in spite of the heavy downpour, people still came back and the process has continued. We've never really had any serious incidents here. No ballot box was stolen, no ballot papers was destroyed, and we must commend the observers, because the observers too have done a very good job. Because when you see observers, you want to, it creates, just like security agents, people are very conscious when they have observers around. So I must commend the observers, they've done a very good job. Even the journalists, we should not isolate the journalists, because people are afraid of your camera. If they are planning any evil, they don't want to be seen live, So that, to a very large extent, has also brought sanity to this place. But if you ask me, I think the process, and whatever outcome we get here today, will be seen to be free, fair, and credible. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Speaking of observers, I have one. Please step forward, sir. Thank you very much. You can. What's your name, sir?
Okay, I'm Prince Stafford Bisong. I'm the lead trustee of Intercontinental Leadership Initiative.
Okay, so as an observer here, how would you judge the voting process that was carried out here?
No, I would say so far everything has been okay. INEC on their part have done their job. The beavers were all functioning properly. We didn't have any incident of non-functionality. And the people have actually been very cooperative. They've been on the line even...
All right, we lost the signals there with Awuli updated us on what's happening at her location. It's gone just about 22 minutes past 2 o'clock. That means in another 8 minutes or so, according to the set times, it would mean that voting would end, especially for those who have been there before this time. But the Independent National Electoral Commission has issued a statement with regard to places where things didn't start in good time, and where there have been reports of late arrival of materials. And so we have this statement coming in here. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says it will continue to monitor the ongoing governorship election in Edo State from its situation room at the national headquarters in Abuja. The commission says its monitoring indicates early commencement of polls in many polling units, but there are also reports of late commencement in some locations to ensure that no voter is disenfranchised. The commission wishes to reiterate that in line with its regulations and guidelines, voting will be extended wherever it commenced late and will continue until the last voter on the queue who arrived at the polling unit by 2:30 p.m. has voted. The commission also says it will ensure that its office in Edo State makes available adequate power supply from the backup electric generators in the affected polling units or ward collation centers. That's the statement that INEC issued with regard to extension of voting time in areas where the process commenced late. And of course, we did get a report from the field, especially the one that highlighted the fact that it's at 1 o'clock and the officials had not arrived, and a few other reports, and some of the young voters who were spoken to who said they had just arrived, but they had made it before 2:30. So even though in the next few minutes voting will officially close for those places and for those who arrived before 2:30, the commission would let them vote. They would not be disenfranchised. So let's come to Dr. O'Malley, who's here. And let's hear from you on this and the developments we've had so far.
Yeah, this is really it's a welcome development and it's suiting. INEC has proactively responded to the worries. On this studio earlier on, we have already talked about a lot of people being disenfranchised because of this inability to commence voting in some polling units that have been identified. I think this will serve as a reassurance that those who are supposed to be disenfranchised as a result of this late arrival of material will be accommodated within the process. The only worry I have, which INEC has adequately stated, is that voting will not extend and collation will extend to the night. And it's in the night that anything can happen. And they are talking about generators. I hope those generators will not fail.
As they say, that's when the night magic.
Yes, that is where, because we have witnessed in Nigeria where at the convention of some political party, at Eagle Square, light will go off. So, but by and large, I think INEC has responded proactively to the late arrival of material. But sincerely speaking, we should in future try and avoid some of these things. In the 21st century, we should not be, although Professor Adeni made mention that these are normal challenges that are with election, but we want a situation whereby some of these things are avoided. We should strive for excellence. It's not that every time we give excuses for when things are shoddily done. But I'm happy that INEC has been able to respond, and so that in future elections we should not be having this late arrival of materials, election not commencing as at when due, and so on and so forth. But we must give kudos to INEC for responding proactively, and I hope that this will have impact on solving this problem of late arrival of materials at polling unit in future.
Okay, let's go over to Dr. Daniel Ekaria in Benin studio. You just heard from INEC. So for those who arrived at the voting centers before 2:30, nothing to worry about. They will cast their ballots. It does mean, of course, that things are likely to go into the night at those centers. And you've just heard Dr. Amali express his worries about extending the activities of collation far into the night. As they say, that's when the night hawks and the magic begins to happen. What are your thoughts on this?
Mr. Siri, the challenge has always... The challenge has always been there. I can tell you in Edo State here, there are 1 or 2 local governments where this problem has become perennial. The first of it is Southeast. 2023, we had cases like that. You also have the same thing in Orionwo and now Igor. If I will provide a foundation to what creates this problem, usually INEC train ad hoc staff who are to participate in the process. Sometimes people get discouraged out of fear that there will be violence. But for those EOs who are proactive, usually they make call to all their presiding officers and other police officials a day before the election about their availability. Where it is noticed that somebody will not turn up, the usual practice is that for those of them who are smart, they will call the trainer. From the list of those who have been trained, they will quickly call somebody to replace those individuals who decline participation. Where this is the case, you will not have failure or late arrival of material. 2, there are logistic officers. Somebody arranges with a driver, you don't even know. He tells you, I have a bus. You did not inspect the bus to be sure that the bus is good enough for this type of exercise. On election day, you expect the bus to arrive. The man tells you, my bus is 40. I've called a mechanic. These are some of the things that create delays. To address this, INEC needs to punish individuals who are doing all of this. If you don't with this big stick on these officials who keep doing this, we'll continue with the same problem. Like I said, it happened in 2023, and it's happening again now. It's a good news, but you know the challenge with this type of arrangement is that where elections go into the night, collation will be delayed, and it's at night that some of these evils are perpetuated. Because
one tap, multiple choices with BetKing Bet Builder. Every match becomes your playground. Select your predictions like who will get a card, which player will score, how many goals, and so on. Stock your odds and build bets like no other. Every bet is an adventure on BetKing. Register and get 100 Naira in free bets. That feeling
in Benin is that a set of EOs that were appointed before the 2023 election who continue with their job up till now, they became EO for the first time. They have very poor experience about election management. With the first notice, you would have expected that either adequate training will be done or some of them will be replaced. When you appoint persons into positions on the basis of clannishness, you will get this type of result. Even within the EOs, they assign rank. Some of them who are not competent enough to handle pressures of this nature to manage such sensitive positions. And when you keep having this, the result is that you have failure. We should not accept the fact that this should always be part of our elections. It's an exercise that comes in once in a year. Apart from the sensitive materials that are brought from Abuja or wherever, local arrangements that ought to be made are things that INEC should not wait for election time before they are done. I can tell you that some of the EOs don't even know the polling unit in some of the local government where they superintend. And where that is the case, you are sending somebody who is not agile to manage a rugged area. And so when the person is confused or is under pressure from politicians, he or she starts making mistakes. These are some of the issues. So INEC needs to stamp its feet on the ground and insist that officers who did not live up to expectations, they should not continue to hold such positions. When we begin to demand accountability from our officers, our pool officials who manage elections, we'll have a better system that is good for all of us.
All right. Well, Chris, how do you respond to all of this?
Yeah, well, I once said that every election is a misgrid of some sort. The expected and unexpected, the eventualities. and the actualities on ground. I have advocated INEC keeping a database of those that have been trained as ad hoc staff from time as long as they are Nigerians. So in every election, you start from there first, other than in recruiting new set of people. In fact, thank God that so far no reports about BVAS, the BVAS machine. Oftentimes we see presiding officers fiddling, unable to effectively operate the equipment, and that causes problems. INEC has trained about 18,000, and then, but I heard, I think in the social media, there was a retraining of the EOs. Yes, there was a retraining of EOs by INEC prior to this election. But you see, some of them, like you said, some are smart, some are not smart, some are proactive, some are not proactive. But what we advocate is that whosoever is involved in the election management must understand that it is a national assignment, that you must give in your all on it, no matter how inconveniencing it is. It's just like a military service. It's not a situation where you bring in some like a lifestyle attitude towards the work. Because the future of Edo people in the next 4 years directly linked to this election. If a good candidate is voted in, just as here in Nigeria, the feelings of the state is, we look at the president. Okay. But if we have a good governors, you find that our situation challenges will not be as tough as it is. So everything election at this level must be taken serious, and the people involved committed to this national assignment. It's also a privilege.
All right. I missed some questions that have been raised about the security. Deputy Inspector General of Police Frank Mba has been speaking on the security situation in the Edo governorship election. All right, we'll return to that once we can get that online, where the DIG of Police, Frank Mba. Let's get to see DIG Frank Mba speaking on the security situation.
Crisis in any part of Edo State so far?
No major crisis anywhere. No major crisis anywhere, but of course, you know, we've made arrests. Overnight, we carried out a raid that was intelligence-driven. That raid led to the arrest of some political thugs and recovery of arms. As a matter of fact, four different types of weapons were recovered, with live ammunition also recovered. That also sent a very strong message to other potential thugs that we're not here to play. And like I've said elsewhere, anyone found with weapon will be treated as a bandit, will be treated as an armed robber, will be treated like someone in possession of those weapons. There won't be any form of nicety. We'll dig into the law and use every power and instrumentality of the law to mete out justice on persons found trying to foment trouble,
Deputy Inspector General of Police Frank Mba there on the security situation. Well, speaking of the elections, too, we gather from correspondent Obehi Otoba Presai that the elderly are having an impressive turnout in Edo Central. Let's see that report.
Standing there as if they are watchmen.
Well, it's not just the elderly. We also hear that the visually impaired, refuse to be left out. And we have one of such voters in Ewohimi, Edo Central, perform a civic responsibility and cast their ballot. Let's see that report.
This is Unit 5 in Okaigwe Primary School, Ewohimi, Eastern Southeast Local Government Area. And voting and accreditation are still ongoing simultaneously, despite the fact that it is over 2 p.m. in the afternoon, the official time for voting to end. However, INEC cannot officially close shop until the last person on the queue here has cast their ballot. The delay has been attributed to late arrival of voting materials and INEC officials. However, the process, the exercise is ongoing smoothly. In this sort of situation, it is usually difficult for persons living with disability to participate in the exercise. I am here, luckily enough, with one of them. He's in this unit. He's one of the over 4,000 persons living with disability that's registered for this 2024 governorship election. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, madam.
Yes, he is visually impaired. What's your name?
My name is Comrade Abuja.
All right, so for a visually impaired person who has participated, you have voted, right?
Yes.
So for a visually impaired person who has participated in the election, what was it like for you?
Well, coming here today, I can categorically say that the election has been peaceful, friendly, the environment is very friendly. Although this is not my first time voting here, this has been polling a unit for a very long time, so the environment is very familiar with me. But the only little issue I have with the officials today is for me to advise them or encourage them to always tell the agents to let them know that there are people like me on the queue or that actually want to vote so that they can actually give us that space. But apart from that, I think I know that the election has been very peaceful and everybody is really cooperating with the INEC officials and also the court member and the security agencies.
All right. So, any other word for other persons living with disabilities who might be scared to come out to vote because maybe they might be worried that they might not be given the treatment they want? What's the word for them?
Yeah, for me, as I said, I'll be voting here, and it's kind of a family affair. Everybody is familiar with me, and for those who are not in the rural area, for example, those in the urban area, I know it's kind of stressful, and the world is well overpopulated. Because of that, they may be thinking that the crowd may be too much for them to navigate their way to the polling booths to cast their votes. But I want to use myself as an example to them that as far they get there, they should try to introduce themselves. They shouldn't be shy, they shouldn't be scared. Be free to introduce yourself to the officials, and with that, they can give you the necessary assistance for you to cast your vote. So there's no issue for any PWD, especially visually impaired, to cast your vote as far you are well informed and you also carry out a proper introduction to the people in charge of it.
All right, many thanks. And there you have it. We are hopeful that as the process goes on, it will be easier for persons living with disabilities to participate in their civic responsibility to the country.
Right. Okay. As you know, there are provisions for those living with various forms of disabilities to also have a chance to cast their ballots, so no one is disenfranchised. But we'll stay with Awunli Okolo for a live update on the situation from her location. Let's hear you, Awunli.
observer representing the persons living with disability community, David, he said that about 10 persons living with disability have actually voted at Ola Primary School today in these polling units. So how's it been with the process for these?
Okay, once again, we've lost the signals. It happened the last time, and we were hoping that we'd be able to continue without having to lose those signals. But we'll keep trying so we can get live updates on what's going on there. Now, I like to emphasize this, Professor Adeni, and it's been happening in elections, and we have seen it happen over and over again. Yeah. There are usually reports about breaches. Oh, well, I see that Awuli is back again, so let's see. Awuli, hopefully you can... Right, go ahead.
I was also part of it. I followed them up to see...
No, it's not working. Professor Adeni, as I was saying... sometimes there are allegations are made, but it's important to keep in mind that these are allegations until they've been investigated and proven to be true, where people talk about intimidation, talk about vote buying. Well, of course, we heard DIG Frank Ambassador, some arrests were made overnight. But again, in speaking, our correspondent speaking to people live on ground, there have been allegations of intimidation, vote buying, and all that. And you find usually that it cuts across party lines. You find people from one party accusing another party of getting involved in all of this. But these have to be investigated before they are taken as anything true.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, if you look at it on the face value, allegations will keep flying. Especially when if we have the kind of pre-election experience that we recently had, one that was very frenetic, you know, lots of tension, lots of anxiety, and even with those elections where the pre-election stage is now characterized by these you know, features I mentioned, you still find allegations and counter-allegations, you know. But do not forget that it also falls within the bracket of kind of democracy, where people are yet to appreciate the values in winning and losing.
All right, just a moment, Prof. Let me just bring this to the notice of millions of viewers, and that is in a couple of minutes from now, the English Premiership League would be transmitted on the net, on terrestrial platform. So for all our viewers who are on terrestrial, they're advised to go over to satellite and continue with this program on NTA News 24 and NTA International, where Edo governorship election coverage will continue on NTA News 24 and NTA International. This program will continue for the rest of our viewers who are on, who are going on to watch the EPL. They can do so on the network. But for this program, it will continue on NTA News 24 and NTA International. Yes, Prof. Back to what we were discussing.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the most important thing is for us to appreciate democracy or the electionary process as a game, you know. Even if you're not seeing it as a game, see it as something that you do not necessarily, or you may not necessarily win. You know, you can also lose. You know, have you developed the character? Have you anticipated a situation where you may not lose the election? And if you win, if you lose the election, what advantage can you derive from losing? Do you not think that you can also try harder and win next time? Can you not get grace or find grace, dignity, elegance in losing? You know, why are you so vociferous and die-hearted such that you must win at all costs, and if you do not win, you disrupt the process, or you do not want to you don't want the process to work at all. But permit me, Siri, to make a comment on the old and the aged who appeared during the election to vote. It reminds me of of 2008 American election, where President Barack Obama at his swearing in mentioned INEC in Cooper. If you remember, a non-Nigerian elderly person who casted her vote, and that has been an example of how old people, often elderly people, so to say, senior citizens, often reflect back into history and trying to make the world a better place while on their putative exit from the world. So it's a character of senior citizens, to want to leave behind for generations that are coming behind them a better world. And irrespective of their frailty, the fact that some of them are infirm, they still struggle to vote. The lesson that I think we should take from there is that while people are being left behind, those that have been left behind, those that are enjoying the wishes of the elderly, that are supposedly on their way out, depending on the wish of God Almighty, the wish is that let's continue with good governance. It's a charge that they quietly leave behind, and it's a responsibility that those who are left behind should not shirk. Leave behind continue with good governance in the interest of the people, consistent with the wishes of the elderly who are prayerful, and sometimes if they are not prayerful, they show it in action by coming to tell us who they actually want through the instrumentality of their vote.
All right. It's just about 10 minutes to 3 o'clock, and which means for those centers where things proceeded normally in the arranged manner, voting would have been expected to end just about 20 minutes ago, except for those where extensions have been granted. That's under the guidelines of INEC. So we have this next report by Ifoma Okafo, which captures nursing mothers and others in groups waiting for the sorting and counting. That's at the conclusion of voting.
Can I put two people?
No. What is one? That mama, baby, what one?
All right. Those who are waiting for the collation at their various centers, the ones who really want to make sure that their votes count and they're counted, well, we expect to see more of such reports coming in as we continue our coverage. But now let's link up with Jude Abugu live, and he has more updates for us. Jude.
All right, we are gradually coming to the end of the voting process. And I tell you that except for areas where the voting commenced late, other places we have visited in Oredo local government area, voting has been concluded, and sorting of ballots are ongoing in most of the polling units. Presently, we are at Agbado Primary School, where we have units 21 to 30. And all the units here, they have started sorting the ballots according to political parties where the thumbprints fell on. So we are looking at the units behind us here. The agents of political parties are watching as ad hoc staff of INEC ad hoc staff are bringing out the ballot papers from the ballot box so that the agents will confirm to know whether this particular or each of these ballot papers belong to a particular political party, and they will be placed in a position where they have created for these political parties. That is what is going on here now, which means that in no distance time, in few hours from here, they may start counting the votes that were cast by the electorates earlier in the day. We still have some us around here, and some of them still want to make one or two comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please, can you tell us your own impression of the exercise so far?
Well, my impression, the exercise is peaceful. People came out to vote, but the voter turnout was not okay. We have to say the truth. And what we were able to observe, that there was a vote, they are vote buying. I call it spiritual vote buying, because the more you look, the less you see. Some of us were seeing the vote buying going by the side, which the security personnel could not see. But there was vote buying. And the way to stop this vote buying, we need a lot of campaign against vote buying. And mostly, we want the parties to make sure they canvass the electorate to vote for their party, not by buying votes.
All right, thank you very much. So what's the name?
My name is Beke Apere.
Thank you, Mr. Beke. As we continue to monitor this process across Oredo local government area, I want to continue to say that we have not heard where people mentioned that the BVAS malfunctioned or that BVAS did not read their PVCs. So this one is a kind of improvement from what was witnessed in previous election. And also, the atmosphere has remained very calm and peaceful. Even
okay, Jude. Well, all right. Okay. Well, Jude was just about signing off there live for us when the signals froze. But as is with these exercises in most parts, there's always the question of those who would be in the last batch of people, what is being referred to as the last-minute voters. And we have some of them at some polling units in Ego local government. The polling units are devoid of the queues, and some others are just waiting for the time that votes will be sorted out, ballots will be sorted out and counted. But we have this on last-minute voters.
When this man finished voting, we interview him. That guy too, that.
Well, in some other reports, our reporter from Akafo says voting is over and the voters are waiting for the counting. This is at Ohumunde local government.
There is that the voting is still ongoing and is very peaceful. And most people have already voted and left here. These ones here, mostly youths from this community, said they are waiting for, they've already voted. They say they are waiting for the prime time of 2:30 when counting will commence. And they said it went on well. So let's speak to one of them to ascertain how it went on. And it's still going. So tell us, how did it go?
I'm Honorable J. Mobo.
Actually, the INEC meeting and the election was very peaceful here, as you can see. We're only waiting for the prime time of 2:30 so as we start counting the vote.
Okay. So what of the beavers machine and everything?
I think the beaver machine was okay. I think I commend the INEC for that. We will not have a beaver problem as far as this unit is concerned.
Thank you. Thank you
God
very much.
bless
So we'll still give you updates as it unfolds.
All right. We're a little bit confused there on that report because where it said, voting was over and people were just waiting. So it was a little bit confusing to say it was still going on. But however, as has been explained, where things had taken place normally, voting would have been over and the sorting would be on, except for those areas where there was late arrival of materials and such other exigencies which fall under the guidelines of INEC, where voting has been extended. But before this very last, the last report but one, the one in which Jude spoke to someone who said there was this spiritual buying of votes. Earlier we had had that allegation where money had exchanged hands. People said as much as 20,000 naira. And of course, I guess Dr. Harriofo also mentioned cases where people had collected 15,000 to vote. Now we have it again here. But this is with a little twist. It's called spiritual vote buying. Prof.
Yeah, I think what the individual there is just trying to tell us is that he was using that phrase to describe a situation where money will be exchanging hands and you may not see it. If you are not involved, you will not know. Or if you are not disposed to it, you probably will not be approached. That it is clandestine, it is extremely secretive, and they probably will have done some, pre-arrangement before they identify you as one who is disposed to receiving, to selling your vote. That money is exchanging, but people are not. They don't know. It's not open to the security agencies, so to say, and that's what I believe he's trying to say. Otherwise, I don't know the context of the spirit in this instance. And of course, it's something that we expect anyway. That money will definitely exchange hands, but how it will exchange hands is not what we can actually tell. But again, it probably will drive us to the question of how we can ensure that the electoral process is not transactional, that people actually vote on account of the dictate of their conscience, not through any kind of pressure, whether monetary or otherwise.
Dr. O'Malley, you're a political scientist. How do you get out of this matter of collecting a few naira notes now and mortgaging an entire, hopefully 4 years of what ought to be a person working for you?
It's really a major challenge of our democratic practice and our electoral process. It's a serious problem. The man spoke about the spirituality of it. There's nothing spiritual about it. It's something that is happening from what we see from other elections and so on. The youths will gather somewhere, probably at somebody's home. They'll bring the money. They say, so party A brought so money, party B brought so money. They say, no, they will take a decision. They will say, okay, this group of people will vote for this group of people. They will just arrange their things. Some they will say, okay, the elderly people will gather at so person's house or in so classroom. The women will meet here. So the Nigerians will have a way of doing our things. And when they gather, they bring the money. Sometimes they say after voting, where the fight will break out. After voting, they will see who is voting for party A or party B. And then after the voting, they say, oh, you didn't vote. You are not going to share in the money. You voted, you are going to share and things like that. That's when other conflicts will come up. But maybe later in the day or even some days after the election, then you see a lot of conflict. So these are things that we have experienced in other climes. And it's very sad that the issue of vote buying has become a serious challenge to our electoral process. And how we can eliminate this is until people are arrested, people are punished, political parties that are engaged in this act are sanctioned. Not just sanctioned, they could even be disbanded until very, very serious action is taken about this issue of vote buying. It's a shame and it's a national embarrassment that our democracy, those are leaders that emerge as a result of our electoral process, are leaders that emerge through fraud or through buying of these votes. So I think it's condemnable.
Let's return to Dr. Daniel Ehare in our Benin studio. It's physical, but you also hear that it's spiritual. Nothing about exchanging, nothing spiritual about exchanging notes. And we've heard this allegation now. The spirits don't give physical money. It's humans who give the physical money. So what do you make of this? Yes, Dr. Ekarefo. We were just wondering that spirits deal in spiritual things, humans deal in physical things, and to the best of my knowledge, it's the humans who physically give out cash. The spirits wouldn't bring out those cash, but we've heard allegations in which one of our respondents classified as spiritual vote buying. But it all boils down to this matter of selling votes for a few naira notes and lamenting later on that the people who have been put in political office are not working for the electors. What do you make of this?
Please come again with your question.
Considering what one of our respondents, our correspondent interviewed a fellow at one of the centers, and he said, well, things were fairly good, but that there was what he called spiritual vote buying going on, and said while some of them could physically see cash exchanging hands, some others could not see because probably it was spiritual. And I'm saying it's only humans who exchange physical cash. The spirits don't do that. But the important thing here is there's vote buying. And he is claiming security agencies were looking the other way when it was going on.
What I can tell you about vote buying is that arrangements are usually made either the night before the elections. These party agents know the homes of individuals who support certain political parties. That is one. Two, there is somebody that is close to the ballot paper who observes the way the voting is done. So they will ask you if you vote. You know, they know the arrangement of the party, the different political parties on the ballot. So if you are voting for one of the leading political party, if you are supporting, say, APC, they know that you will definitely be on top of the ballot. And if you are supporting PDP, it will be towards the end. So there's somebody that is close to that ballot, the ballot box. He observes where you tick. If it's their party, they will give a signal. And they will tell you to go to either the back of the polling unit or a little distance away from there to collect your money. In some instances, arrangements are usually made after the election is over. The money will be given to those who voted for that political party. Vote buy is not a secret thing. If the security agencies want to deal with the issue, it is very easy for them to do it. But sometimes security agencies act more in areas where political bigwigs are not available. It is where you see small men, those who don't have weight. That is where they exercise more of their power. But where you have the big men, the big politicians, security agencies don't go there because they themselves stand a chance to benefit. So the issue of the spirituality of it is not there. These monies are exchanged physically. And I like what I have told you, these are different ways in which monies are exchanged in the electoral process. So we cannot stop this if we continue with this feeling of, well, let's leave it. It's becoming a culture. It's becoming part of our political culture. And if we don't make steps to stop it, people will wait and not even engage in political campaigns. They gather out the money. And when election time comes, they recruit people to buy vote for them to secure election, because the poverty level of the people is very high. A man who has not seen 20,000 in 6 months, you are offering him 20,000 naira once. He will collect that money to vote for the candidate, because he or she feels that can put food on his table for some weeks. That is the reason for all of this. Thank you very much.
Very much. Let's hope that's not a spiritual call coming from somewhere. But Dr. Daniel Eharia for HOD Mass Communications, University of Benin, we thank you for being part of this discussion. Thank you for coming on. Thank you very much. Right. Thank you. So here we are. If something drastic isn't done, it might continue. Now, Dr. O'Malley has spoken as a political scientist. Chris, you have always been in the forefront of driving the patriotic spirit.
Yes.
This time, not the vote-buying spirit, the patriotic spirit in Nigerians.
Yeah.
To have confidence in their country, to serve their country, and observe all the rules of decency in developmental growth. What do you make of this, and how do we get out of this? Because it's a perennial problem. You can hear the ingenious way where, because the names of the political parties are aligned alphabetically, it's easy for one to see if you're concentrating on the top or the bottom of it. Grace.
Yeah, well, generally speaking, the only way out for us as a people and as a nation is to toe the patriotic path. The patriotic path, which is just simple. Obey the laws, the rules, conventions. Be true and be truthful to yourself and to the society where you find yourself. As a public servant, serve with utmost honesty, with self-contentment. Be contented with what you have, what you earn. Back on the election, as a field election observer for 2 decades now, vote buying has become a sophisticated deal. It has gone past the era when we see how they do it. Now they've gone, it's an advanced stage.
Digital.
Digital indeed.
No, not spiritual.
Yes. Not spiritual. It has gone digital. And you know what? Let me say this. The average politician today that wants to go into elective, to elections, they will look at the total number of voters within their catchment areas. They will budget for some minimum of 10,000, some 15,000 to go around. As an observer, these are the things we have uncovered. And so when you see politicians not performing, the funds, the money to perform, the money to provide the necessary amenities and dividends to democracy have already been, kept aside for the next election. But that is not going to take us to anywhere. One, our society is a society that is politically immature. There's little or no patriotic education and orientation. I've always said to be patriotic is to do yourself a favor. Like you are not doing President Tinubu a favor by being patriotic. Being patriotic is a duty you owe to yourself, and it is to your own advantage. We have to deepen more on patriotic education, political education, enlightenment, and orientation for people to know that, look, this society where God has placed us, what we make out of it is to our own advantage. And it is not by, cutting corners, disregard to the rules and conventions and the laws is what makes you great. For you to be really great, as a citizen, knowing that it's not by accident that God has planted you in this generation to be existent, to live and be active at this time of our nation's socio-political, historical, and economic evolution. There's a purpose for that. And you are not taking all the positions and all the monies beyond this world. And posterity will always accord you a place. Posterity will always reward you for living an honest, truthful, patriotic life. Patriotism simply means love for your country, love for your fellow citizens. So I just hope that we'll begin to adjust our ways individually and collectively.
Yes, I want to add to, there's no gainsaying that Nigerians yearn for democracy. Nigerians actually prefer democracy than any form of government. It's just unfortunate that the material condition of the people, for the high level of poverty, like Professor Ehelbare said, unemployment, lack of physical infrastructure, so many factors are what drives this vote buying. Secondly, the vote buying does not start at the general election. At the party primaries, billions of naira are exchanged hands for you to even get the party ticket. Yeah. That is where delegates, I have seen situations whereby delegates can buy cars, buy generator, buy so many things that they need after the party primaries. So the vote buying starts right from getting the ticket of the party. So the parties look out for people with enough war chests that can bankroll the elections to the final stage. And that is why if we must solve this issue of vote buying, we have to start it from the political party. Earlier on we talked about women. That is one of the key issues why women are not being able to challenge for this power, because the money involved, not just women, and even youths, because at the age of 30, 25, now they are talking about 18 years of going to the university. By the time you finish school, you are almost 21. By the time you finish NYSC and all. So where are you going to get the money as a young man to run for these elections? So this issue of vote buying, funding election, expensive, it starts right from the primaries of the political parties, the monetization of our electoral system and so on. And it's indeed sad. We have to amend our laws. We have to do so many things so that we can checkmate these issues.
Well, sometimes when you talk about amendment of the laws, Professor Adeni, you hear this said often, amend the laws, or make more laws. But the question some ask is, how well have we done in enforcing the ones that we have?
Yeah. I agree with you absolutely that if you look at it critically, some of our problems are actually attitudinal. They are not necessarily legal, you know. The laws that we have them aplenty. They've often been implemented in the breach. And sometimes when laws are promulgated or enacted, we are bothered about how to circumvent them rather than how to comply, you know. So we have that tendency. But again, I think we should necessarily have to ask the fundamental question, you know, why is our political process transactional? Is it only the election that is transactional? What about every other sector? Are we not witnessing exchange of money? Is there no bribery and corruption in every other sector? Of course there is. It simply tells us that, you know, our society, you know, is replete with money politics. Money. You know, with moneyism, people believe in the power of cash. And why do people need cash really? It's because the institutions are not working. Otherwise, what do you need cash for? In some other climes where the institutions are working, the tendency to demand cash or to want money, to keep money, reduces, you know, but it's reduced. But in our environment, you know, we have a situation where people are anxious on what tomorrow will look like, what are they going to eat tomorrow, when they fall ill, where will they get money for treatment, because the hospitals are not necessarily there. When they are there, treatment can sometimes be problematic. How will they pay school fees, you know? There are no social safety nets to cover the vulnerable, the poor, you know. So many other things that they cannot afford because the insurance are not also there to help them. So what should we do in that circumstance? Strengthen the institutions, grow the institutions so as to make the need for us to become institutions on ourselves by amassing as much cash as possible, by looking for cash, stashing them, even much more than we need, by craving for it, whether they are small or big, to diminish it or eliminate it, Those are fundamental issues that I think we should address. Otherwise, the temptation, right, to want to receive cash will remain there, will continue to be there, no matter what we say we do. And of course, sometimes we also limit it with things that it's only the voters, maybe the downtrodden. Cash transaction happens even at very high quarters, because those who have, they also continue to crave for more. They crave for more because they just touch it even when they don't need it, because of the fear of tomorrow. Because the insurance are not, they just imagine that the insurance are not there to protect them. When they are sick, they want the best treatment in the best hospital in the world, at very expensive cost. So how would they get around this if there's no money, to support themselves? Because if they don't believe in the institutions here because they are not working. Yeah. So why don't we make efforts to grow the institutions, strengthen them, so that they can be much more responsive, cater for our needs, so that the demand for cash, whereby we want to become the institutions as individuals, will reduce.
On that premise, I'd like to bring in this.
Yes, sir.
Because here we are talking about this problem cutting across all spheres of society. But I say this to you, both you, Professor Adeni, and Dr. O'Malley, you are into shaping attitudes.
Yes,
you talked about attitudinal challenges. You
That's
are
right.
into shaping attitudes and imparting knowledge.
Yes, sir.
What are we missing in our institutions as to begin to raise, particularly as we know that those who are coming up are not immune from these issues we're facing today?
Yeah. And maybe you should want me to go first?
Okay, Dr. Omali, you started.
Okay, well, in terms of attitudinal change, I think what we do, we are in the classroom, we teach, we try to mold the students, but it is the family that is critical. What you do at your early stage, how you grow up, what value system is your society, the environment you grow up in, what are the values that are being inculcated in you, the value of honesty, value of hard work, what are those values that society has put on you? A situation whereby all society wants it. They want you to be a millionaire, come home, they give you chieftaincy title, they give you big names, they worship people who has made all the money, they don't want to know how, then that kind of society is very difficult. Now what we do in the classroom is to expose our wards, our students to the virtues of hard work, the virtue of honesty, the virtue. Those ones are the rudimentary things we expose them to. But you will agree with me that what is more important is how society, when they get into society, what are the values that they get to meet in society outside the four walls of the university or outside the four walls of the classroom. What are the values? They need to look for a job. When they get the jobs, a job that in some cases they have to buy. They have to pay money and buy. And then that gives us that circle. So it's a holistic thing.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So
holistic.
It goes on and on.
Yeah.
And therefore, when it comes to elections, such as Edu, you'd go for one who would be in a better position.
That's right. It's a continuing conversation. Like my colleague said, there are different ways in which a human being is socialized, right? Different angles to the family. After the family, maybe you talk about the two religious organizations, the churches, the mosque, and most importantly, the school as well. And you have everybody working in this process, you know. And when you look at all these processes, there are also three major ways in which this whole entire process is coming to. One, through their personal experiences, the experiences of others, and of course, what they learn in school. So all of them come together. Be controllable, will just not be compliant, no matter how well you do. But again, like I said earlier, as long as you put in your best, do the best that you can do at every particular point in time, and hope that, you know, the majority of people will key into the positive, you know, all the good values that you have inculcated in them, then you will heave a slight sigh of relief while working on those who have deviated, as the case could be. So in the case of this vote buying that we're talking about, it's going to be a continuing conversation. But overall, it will also come back to the question of leadership, like the story of the, like every story will end with the tortoise. You know, it will come back to leadership. What is the vision, the mission, the cardinal objective of our leaders? You know, how are they consistently showing good example so that the rest of us can ape and idolize them properly? You know, if they are not leading by example, it can be very, very difficult, you know, for the populace, you know, to be compliant, as the case could be. Yes, so while we're talking to ourselves, we should not also forget the side of the leaders, for them to also be compliant with good virtues, you know, good attitudes, you know, so as to mold the rest of the populace.
Chris, speaking about leadership, is the political class failing here, too concerned with what is referred to as power grab, than for developing a system that we could have elections where we would not see policemen kitted in war gear, and we still have these issues happening, when it would no longer be about shutting down borders and shutting down schools and markets and restricting movements?
Yeah, before I get to that, you see, what we have is a bit complex. It's a combination of different factors. First, fundamentally, there are missing links in our educational system at the formative age. Some of the things we do in the Flag Foundation, you know, catching them young, nursery, primary education with our flag programs. I did American history as an elective course. We're studying philosophy. Found out American history is taught from that 2 years up to PhD level. You still have some elements of that. There is no well-articulated citizenship, patriotic education in our system. Americans, from their system, they'll tell you that, teach you what it means to be a citizen, to be a responsible citizen. And they'll tell you that America is not won by blood, but by ideas of what it means to be a citizen, where they preach about the citizenship of love, care, and concern for your fellow citizens, which translates love for your country. The average Nigerian youth, from the primary education as we have today to secondary up to university, where professors here mold them, they don't even understand their duties and responsibilities as citizens. Leaders, a lot of our political leaders, do not even have any sense of public good. They don't even understand consciously what it means to be a good citizen. Then talk less of a good leader. Duties and responsibilities, obligations, you know, morally, constitutionally, legally, as a member of the society. These are missing links. And you see it play out. That you see somebody who suddenly emerges, and some of them governors, some of them senators, some of them heads of different government institutions, that lacks the proper sense of what public good entails. That as a public servant, while you are there, you see some contesting as governors. They don't. It's just that they want to give some. Will tell you that they want to serve. Initially, I used to interview people. They produce those that want to go into elective positions. Invite me. Then after interviewing them, try to produce a roadmap for them. The hard question, why do you want to be governor? Why do you want to go serve? I want to give back to the society. I want to serve my people. My people say I should go. That is it. And when they get in there, the pressure of the office, the largesse of the office, the patronage of those that send them there, but their 4 years is gone without them knowing why they are there. That is what you see that's playing out. We need to get back to the fundamentals. Yeah, when the national anthem was introduced, the Flag Foundation, I was the only organization that presented a written memo to the Senate committee on that public hearing on that, with Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Mike Ozikam. Flag Foundation presented it because we already done it before. We were advocating for it. part of why we are advocates of that is that looking at the rhythm, I mean the relics of that old national anthem, it tends to consciously imbue in us some of those missing patriotic duties, roles, responsibilities expected of a citizen. So we should get back, because our political elite, back to your question,
yes,
are not leading by example. The way even currently with the hardship, the way our politicians live their life is one of the things that is breeding anger. Whereas they're living as if,
in the build-up to elections, you also have the issue of money playing a lot of it. And there's a hilarious picture going around in social media. We just look at it and enjoy the joke and laugh, where various leaders seeking elective, the level of the masses, sleep in their beds, ride with them in ramshackle vehicles, walk with them, help them, sell their wares in markets.
It's public.
We see that going around, and we laugh at these things. But they say no sooner than they get this power, they're not sitting with the people anymore. They're not helping them sell their wares and goods anymore. And so, with an eye on that, it's easy for the electorate to say, give me my due now. Even if it's nothing, because I'm not going to see you anymore.
But that's it.
You see, there's something fundamental that Siri said, when he was in his analysis. He was talking about the responsibility of citizens, how well are we assured that our leaders understand their responsibility. And it reminds me of a campaign, that the National Rehabilitation Agency recently put together. I'm not sure they have released it, and I'm still wondering why, really. It's supposed to, that campaign is supposed to create a situation where leaders, we understand their responsibilities as leaders. At the same time, citizens will also appreciate their obligations as citizens, and it will put all of us on the same page. In the United States, for instance, if you ask an American citizen what values they subscribe to, they'll tell you about liberty, freedom, and happiness. If you talk about the United Kingdom, they'll tell you about welfareism, tradition, egalitarianism, and culture. Japanese citizens respect discipline and all of that. Then the Chinese, hard work, discipline, tradition as well. But ask the average Nigerian citizen, what value do we singly, do we individually or collectively subscribe to? But we are still struggling to define ourselves as a nation, But that is not, shouldn't be rocket science. It's just about increased sensitization, the creation of awareness, such that citizens will understand their rights and responsibilities. But again, the position of leadership, there has to be leadership in the matrix, The leaders will have to bear the cards, as the case could be. They have to lead from the front. And leading from the front is not just by pronouncement, but through the exemplification of the values and virtues that you want citizens to subscribe to. And it will be very easy thereafter for them to come after you in line with your vision and mission, as the case could be.
Yes, and the issue of nationalism. In ordinary political science, we talk about what are the factors that encourage nationalism. Fundamentally, just like the other speakers have said, what is your country doing for you? People will naturally die for their country if they have confidence in the country being able to attend to their welfare. I know that one of the reasons why our President Ahmed Bola Tinubu decided to change to the old national anthem was to forge this sense of nationalism and patriotism once more among Nigerians. So many things has gone wrong over the years. And I think government in its wisdom feel that they need to do a lot in terms of sensitizing Nigeria to see themselves more as Nigerians instead of their individual. And I think that was why this issue of changing the national anthem was done.
Well, The next stage of the Edo election is on, and voting having been concluded. The next stage, of course, is the sorting and the rest of it. And we have a report about sorting of ballots at Agbado, units 21 to 30. Let's get to see that report now.
PDP, 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 APC, 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 APC.
Is this sorting or counting?
Yeah,
sorting first. Okay, thank you.
PDP. PDP.
Welcome, sir. Yeah, good day, sir.
All right, the stage there we're seeing, it's the one that will, some will say, it's the edgy stage where we begin to hear the parties aligning and sorting them out by the parties and all of that. And when we started this conversation, it was acknowledged by some participants that is a critical stage, the one where all kinds of things might happen as to threaten what all along has been seen as a relatively peaceful, free and fair exercise. Professor, what do you mean?
Yeah, it's actually the business end, you know, and of course it's also compliant with every election, broadly divided into 3 stages, the pre-election stage, the election stage, and of course the post-election stage. Now we're in the election stage. By the time results are out, you know, we'll be talking about the post-election stage. So, but what we expect is that it's been a mixed bag during the voting process. Now it is the counting process. It's also going to be a mixed bag as well. And mixed bag because some results will be seen as credible, some of course will be discredited, and of course there's also going to be misinformation and disinformation. And I think the agencies, all the multiple stakeholders involved in this process should be mindful of this. Some people are likely to announce results, you know, even before INEC does it. You might see genuine, reasonable pointers, but some people may want to go ahead of every other person to do their own announcements, perhaps to preempt some kind of things from happening. So a lot of back and forth will continue until the final result is ready.
And voting is underway in many of the centers. Let's go live to Obehio to Presai.
Yeah. All right. I am at Ward 2, Unit 3 in Ewoimi here in Edo Central. We are now counting the votes.
Now, the next is for APC votes, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
8. All right. But
10 votes for APC. Now, the next is for PDP. It's for PDP. I'm counting now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 20, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32.
All right. We see the process of counting there. Counting is also underway in Ward 1, Unit 6, Auchi.
Engage. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
PDP. 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 APC. 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 APC.
PDP. 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 APC. APC.
Where is that?
That's now elsewhere in our local government. Sorting and counting is on at Ward 7. The polling units there 3 to 10.
These are people of
Labour, PDP. Wait, Labour.
All right, so the sorting and counting, but there are some who would say this process, we should be light years away from this by now, and especially with technology.
Yeah.
But again, this is where we are, Dr. Omali.
Well, I earlier on said that the way we are doing this manual collation and all those things, we are not moving with the trend, the global trend. Okay, I would have loved to see a more digital collation process. But just like you said, we are stuck with this pattern for now, and I must commend NTA and other stations for this close monitoring of the process. So far, like I said, it looks a bit transparent. As you can see, the parties are being sorted out as it should be, and the agents are watching with rapt attention. You could see the attention that all the people in the polling unit are putting into the sorting process. So we hope that this will be sustained in most of the areas. But honestly speaking, we must do something about this issue of real-time online transmission of election results. I was discussing with one of the panelists, and he was telling me that the political elites will never allow that to happen, and unless some other developments come in, because it is only through this manual process that they could maybe find one way or the other to undermine the process. Even in the electronic process, we watched in the case of Al Gore, the U.S. election, where there were wide accusation of manipulation of the popular. This issue of electronic collation of votes or manual collation of votes, in the June 12th election, you saw that open ballot system, where you queue and then...
Well, some people have recommended that, while some have said, no, this is... I mean, it's a shame to go to that level at this time, but some also say, well, it should be about what works for us.
Yes, and it shows that that was our own full homegrown method of voting, which would have introduced to other parts of the world.
But at some point, that too also suffered, because I recall in Lagos then, where the issue of Naira burgers came into play. Yeah. People were famished, they were on queues, and some good Samaritans would offer them loaves of bread. It didn't take long for them to open up those loaves of bread and find, you know, mint 20, which was the highest denomination then, lined up in there. And suddenly you would find those who had queued behind the photograph of one candidate would amass, move. So either which way, Chris.
Yeah, the point is that, as Dr. Moller has said, there is no going back from a tech world. The world has gone digital. Culture is dynamic. Way of life and systems are dynamic, ever evolving. We have gone into the electronic era. I was just thinking, is there any other country in the world today that is election like ours? And you talked about policemen kitted. I don't think there's any other country. Is there any other country in the world that spends so much money? You know what it means to mobilize 48,000 security men to move from their stations and converge in Edo State? You know what it means to pay the 18,000 ad hoc staff and other associated things, not to talk about how much the politicians spend? There's no other country. And then come to think about it, Nigeria is not just an ordinary country. The giant of Africa, the largest black nation in the world, that ought to be the pride of the black race. That is, our blacks all over the world are yearning for a place for self-actualization, which Nigeria naturally is positioned to. But look at us today. If we can't get something as little as election if we can't get it right, when the other parts of the world are transiting, going to the space, making exploits in different fields of human endeavor, same Nigerians, anywhere in this world today, you see among the best is Nigerians. Still, here we are. The challenge is that we have the present political elites that are so to their mundane way of doing things for selfish, parochial reasons, that are not universally inclined, that don't want Nigeria to transit to take its rightful place, that God has placed Nigeria in the Committee of Nations. But then, an idea whose time must come, no power on earth can stop it. We're already into the electronic, the tech world era. After all, monies are since I've been here, I've been making some kind of small transactions and all that and all that. Yes, still majority of our people live in rural areas that can't operate phone, that don't know what is computer and all the rest of them. But going forward, we can also work it out. That is why we say designing a system that is authentic and in line with our own peculiarities, cultural peculiarities and way of life, other than all. But then, this is the electronic era. Nigeria will have no option than to toe the right path of going electronic. That brings me to the point of uploading of results from the IRF now to transmission, which was, where we found ourselves in the last election. The issue of amendment of the current Electoral Act is a necessity, but I have my doubt that the current National Assembly, the current political office holders, they are called the shots. With due respect to some of them, they appear so adamant to, amend the Electoral Act. The Electoral Act must be amended going forward, that from this polling unit now, you transmit, whether you call it, you upload, and then that uploading transmission. They give different definitions of transmission and uploading. But what we're saying is that simply put, from the polling unit, there are different polling units, let the result there be transmitted, and then at the end of the day, you can view it and aggregate it, it becomes authentic result. In the situation where the almighty INEC is allowed to also dictate which system they will use to announce results and which system they will claim to be the authentic way, will not lead us to anywhere. That is why you go to the court. Different judges, give different pronouncements, different judgments in the same the same election on the same issue, but giving different judgments. To help ourselves, our president, our Senate president, how old are they? Our current political office holder, how old are they? How many years do they still have to spend on earth? For the sake of the children yet unborn, for the sake that Nigeria is becoming a mockery in the Committee of Nations, out of our own doing, we should just be as reasonable as possible to begin to do things rightly, irrespective of how it hurts us. After all, nobody will take whatever material or position beyond this world, and that is a certainty for anything born of a woman.
Prof, this issue of the cost of elections and the manner in which they're held, some would say this is what makes it extremely difficult to have a better system in place. It starts not just from, it's not just at the voting centers, but the fact that there is a trust deficit to the extent that even the electoral materials have to be escorted by armed guards, have to be domiciled at the central banks, and you having all kinds of things. What's this?
I agree with you, Cyril, but I think we should start from this frenetic desire for political power. Why is the quest for political power so deep-seated? Of course, we know why. I'm just asking asking a rhetorical question. Because of, the overwhelming perks and perquisites, the multiple advantages it confers, the fact that whoever holds political office in this country is sometimes, you could say, is something kind of sometimes be godlike, and it's got a position, is in a position to distribute opportunities, and not just for his own generation, but for those unborn and probably friends and associates, which is actually wrong. But if that idea, if that orientation, if we have a redefinition where we can be more people-centric, we can be more oriented towards the community rather than the self, then the law for political power will probably begin to decline, So that law create a situation where people can, do anything or do anything that is in this world to acquire it. And that's why you see some of our political leaders saying election is a do or die affair. You know, and of course, you do not want to be the loser. You want to be declared the winner so that you shouldn't be the one that will go to tribunal. You know, they have all kinds of games, all kinds of cliches that they deploy to qualify the frenetic craze for political office. And again, we have also witnessed the constitutional debate around whether or not there should be proportional representation in government, such that it will not just be winner take all, you know. If we have a situation where even losers will have a right, you know, to be part of government, where they are represented somewhat, then of course we'll be less die-hearted about winning. If we have some level of inclusion, integration, then of course we can have a level.
But wouldn't that point to what's known as the chop-I-chop syndrome? Because if, for instance, you win and you're focused on providing services to the people, then does it really matter?
Yeah, that's where the problem of value is actually coming from, which we have been talking about in different ways. You know, political office is not supposed to be served for you to serve yourself. It's supposed to be service to the public, and that's the way we see in some other climes. People are not necessarily crazy about holding political office. You know, you see people are given appointment before you know they have resigned, and the next thing they'll start writing books about their experience in office because they think that going into office has made them actually poor, so they want to go and face their business. But here is actually the major source of wealth, sudden stupendous wealth. You know, and of course it's unfortunate. I mean, that's the character of many African countries, really, Nigeria inclusive, you know. But how do we redefine that? And that's why we're talking about a institution where we have, you know, not just our values being redefined, but leaders leading the charge, you know. But again, how do we generate these leaders when, in the first instance, we have a preponderance of, you know, corrupt, warped values? How do we do it? It can happen. Because it has happened in history in different countries of the world where you just see somebody emerging from somewhere, or somebody who's already in power, just having his orientation redefined, you know, and getting other people to be in tow. It can happen. And of course, for it to happen, it shouldn't just be, our focus shouldn't just be at the presidential power. It can happen at different levels of government. And when it begins to happen at different levels of government and it conflicts, then it affects the whole. You know, every unit doing their best through their leaders at those units, then of course it will add up and conflate to the whole. Then you begin to see changes. There are so many examples we can give around the world, perhaps. There's probably no time, but we are seeing that it's a conversation that we should take seriously, value orientation, you know, reorientation of our virtues, you know, so that we privilege the interest of the people, the community, much more than the interest of ourselves, family and friends, as the case could be.
Dr. Amali. Yes.
Yeah, I agree with Prof. totally. We need value reorientation. We also need to hold our leaders more accountable. Yes. I think if we, as civil society, in the run-up to the 1999 election, this current republic, the civil society was really very, very active to force the military out of power. But again, after democracy has taken root, we've discovered that the civil society has really gone, there's a lull in civil society activity. Nigerians need to organize more, hold leaders accountable even at subnational levels. Most times, the media, they only talk about the federal government without looking at the states, the local government. When we talk of corruption, we only talk about EFCC at the national level. At the state and local government level, what is happening? So we need to really reorient the entire citizenry to be more patriotic, to follow issues, to hold leaders accountable, to be interested in governance. You know, most times people are laid back. They don't want to criticize. They don't want to mobilize others so that they can really challenge the existing status quo. That is not good enough. If we want a better country, citizens must take proactive action. They must be concerned about elections. They must be concerned about the quality of leadership. They must participate actively in governance issues. They must, and that is the way to go. And with that, we can have a better country, and we can give the leadership that has been talked about to the rest of Africa. Nigeria is such a great country. that God has put together, and we are supposed to provide leadership not only for Africa, for the rest of the world. And I'm sorry to say we deserve a lot in carrying out this mandate that we should give leadership to Africa. Luckily, I'm happy that Nigeria is being considered as one of the permanent members of the Security Council. God willing, if that is done, we'll be very happy because Nigeria is such a country that is central, the largest, most populated black nation on earth, 200 million people. It's really great, and we Nigerians are proud to be Nigerians. But the only problem we have is that we have not been able to organize our society in such a way that when we go out there, we can be proud that we are Nigerians. And this organization of our society is something that is all of us should be involved in. The 200 million Nigerians should be involved in this so that Nigeria can take its rightful place among the Committee of Nations.
They say sometimes that our people get the leadership they deserve. But so we've looked at the leadership and so forth. But on the other side of the coin, you also hear that it is the followership that shape the leaders into what they are when they put undue and unnecessary pressures on them. Chris gets into office, and the very next morning, his former classmates, his former primary school classmates, they hold a lavish party to celebrate him that he's just become a senator. Now, the list is endless. His church comes and they celebrate him. Now the family, the immediate family, they come in to celebrate. Then his town remembers that, oh, Chris is from this town, and they celebrate him. The minute he's sworn into office, the queues are out there with demands, which Chris cannot.
Why Chris? He's Prof.
The Prof will remain in the university.
I'm a philosopher. I'm on the street.
To shape minds.
Okay. Well, the point is that it boils down to, this, to be honest to you, Nigeria is a developing nation. We are still far from. Development is culture-based. If your grandfather was a graduate, and your father, and then you find out that certain things, certain baselines that will be associated with your family. If you are the first graduate in your generation. So,
it is assumed.
Yes, it's assumed.
Right.
So now, yes,
not always the case.
Not always the case.
Recently,
quite all right.
we had someone quoting and saying, look, if this is all about enlightenment and education, how come we have the best educated
people as the most corrupt? I even posted it. Yeah. Right. Now, the point I'm driving at is this. Nigeria is a developing nation. Our watchword ought to be nation building. When the colonialists left, then political elite, their major preoccupation was to occupy the choosy offices and the largesse and goodies associated with it, vacated by the colonialists. I listened to the speech of Nnamdi Azikiwe, I think back in 1963, after independence. Nigerians, elite then, leadership, never sat down to put heads together to articulate a nation. I mean, the fundamentals for nation building in a pluralistic society, in a nation of nations like ours, that you have people from different, of course, how many? 250 tribes, almost 500, according to NTA, 500 languages. A lot of them have been existing for centuries, all of a sudden lumped together. They were supposed to articulate a system that is workable, that will be beneficial to the collective whole. That was missing. Nation building proper. What does it take to build a nation? Nation and building. Go to a construction site and see what you do. What goes on in the construction site. At the same time, the entire work is coordinated. The person missing cement, the person bringing some out, the person digging ground, all of them are all coordinated. In the case of Nigeria, Nigerians' nation-building efforts is fundamentally flawed. I've seen the NYSC after the Civil War, but beyond that, I've seen the Federal Character Commission, I've seen the establishment of unity schools. It all goes beyond that. But we never sat down. That is why the 2014 confab, where about 492 Nigerians from diverse backgrounds gathered together and came up with a program that must not be jettisoned.
Okay. Well, the sorting and counting is already on in Edo State. Speaking of the elections, to bring in a new governor. And so far from the election, we've had reports across the board suggesting that the process has been fairly smooth and without many hitches, free, fair to a large extent, and transparent. So generally it's assumed that the process is going on as planned. More reports will come in about the counting of votes. But again, we have an eye on what might be termed the post-election era.
Yeah.
And it beats me all the time that we hold these elections and we conclude that they're generally, in the main, free, fair, and credible. Yet, immediately after, there are swarms and swarms of cases in courts challenging the very elections that we had declared generally free, fair, and credible.
Yeah, that's because we have a third party intervening. We are used to a third party intervening in the process, represented in the judiciary. Yes. And of course, the judiciary has succeeded in the recent history in handing over victory to people who you would never even imagine will emerge as
sometimes as those who were not on the ballot.
Yes. And so it keeps giving winners hope that, okay, let me resort to courts. You know, and of course, sometimes you just want to go there to prove a point. You know, so people keep having hope that we'll never know. I can, one way or the other, I can still be declared the winner.
Yeah. And we've seen it happen time and over.
It's happening, so, you know.
I tell you,
unfortunately.
that's a sad aspect
even with what we're seeing now, it might not be over until it is over.
Of course. This is not the kind of election you expect that they will be.
Supreme Court, here you come.
The Supreme Court finally decide before everybody will now go home. I'll be waiting for the next election.
So, political scientist, Dr. Abale, where do we go? What is it? Is it the system? Is it the people? Is it the... Well, we need to go back.
All is involved, both the people, both the system, both Nigerians, politicians, everybody is involved. But again, like Prof has said, our court system, see, our judiciary, we also need to take a look at them, especially in adjudicating election cases. Just like we experienced in the past, some people run an election not because they know that they are going to win, but they run an election because there could be a window when the cases are taken to court, the winner will be knocked off, and then they will be the direct beneficiary. So we have seen it in this case. I remember in one of the primaries, our former president Olusegun, we said your nomination has K-leg, and he refused to give a flag to one of the candidates. And the man, after the whole election, the man that was named that was not on the ballot, he went to court. The matter went up to Supreme Court, and the verdict was given in his favor, and he became governor. And since then, it happened even in Imo State, where I think it was fought during the primaries. It was not even on the ballot during the main election, but today is the sitting governor. So these things happen, and There's nothing we can do about it. It has made the judiciary very relevant in adjudicating, in concluding an election. So that we are seeing votes being counted now, that is one of the stage. After the election, the results are announced, then we go to the next stage of court litigations and processes.
And sometimes that stage will last far longer
yes,
than
sometimes.
these other stages
put together. Yes.
Some 4 years, 3 years now.
So from the electoral tribunal, they will move to appeal court, from appeal court to Supreme Court. It's such a very slow and laborious process. And that is why we are having off-cycle elections now, because at some point, the whole electoral process might even be nullified, and there will be need for another rerun, and so on. So we need to really look at our electoral process again. Thank you, Cyril.
Well, Chris, quickly, on this same subject matter, would we assume that when we started off, we played a report which highlighted the Benin Kingdom, the mode of administration, the powers of the Oba, the traditional ruler, and how the people deferred to his authority, but that even in that, there was also a safety, measures to ensure that no single individual became a megalomaniac. Now, you talked earlier on about shaping the political structure in the country so as to incorporate those aspects of our cultures and traditions that will, make this process a much better one.
Yes. Now, even on the same philosophy, the presidential system of government that we practice, as strong, as powerful as the president is, the tripartite system of government, which is borrowed after the philosophy of John Locke, the executive, the judiciary, and then the legislature. The legislature to make laws and to oversight the executive to execute the laws, and then the judiciary to interpret and then stand as a mediator between the two. Now, it is also not totally wrong, because even constitutionally, the legislature that oversights the judiciary, there is a clause for impeachment.
Right.
Just as we were talking about the Jumese, in the Oyo Empire, thereabout, yes, that checkmates the all-powerful Oba. But here we are. We now have, over time, a legislature that is just like is carry-go kind of, and whatever the president says. We've had a senior president in the last dispensation say that whatever the president brings, doesn't matter how bad or how good it is, so long as from the president, it's as good as that. Whereas they are there to oversight and make laws. Look at the state houses of assembly, even as we focus at the center. Are they really operational? That is why we have governors. In fact, even governors who are real emperors, presiding over the state as their empires. Nobody. Who is it that would check? We've even seen where speakers of state houses of assembly that the governor should dread are like cleaning shoe for the governor. So where do we go from there? That also brings us to why the need for us to rethink with this system that we're running that has further impoverished us than. Look at democracy. I was just looking at democracy since 1999. I've been observing elections since 2003. I've looked at different elections and where we are currently. I've looked at the standard of life, the quality of life, the average Nigerian from 1999 to the present day under the democratic dispensation. Do we say we're improving? Ultimately, the whole essence of government is protection of life and property of the people. Are the Nigerians further protected? Are Nigerians more hungry now than they were 20 years ago? So after looking at these things, critically, there is every need for us to begin to rethink this system, for us to begin to, think of better alternatives that will be able to, that will work for us, other than the current situation where you have, well, as of today, those that among the richest Nigerians today are people who held office, who are public office holders, not even businessmen. I had one senator say, look, that the houses you see in Abuja, of course, there are more empty houses in Abuja than those occupied. The majority of those houses are owned by civil servants, serving or retired. How did they make the monies? In every year's cycle of budget, so, you see them taking 2, 3, 4, 5 billions themselves because of the system we operate. There's no human society in history that can survive what we are running. The way we are being operated, we're operating as a nation, as a people. Historically, there is no human society, no empire, no kingdom, no nation that goes this way we're going that survives it. Along the line, there will be an interjection. Oftentimes positive or negative. We pray that ours will be on the positive side. But Nigeria as it is today, our electoral system, our public institutions, everything that makes us as an organized sovereignty is not working the way it ought to be working, and it can no longer be sustained. If nothing is done to address these anomalies, I bet you we're heading, we should be prepared for the worst.
Let's speak a little bit about threats to the whole, to the smooth running of these election cycles. And one key aspect is the question of security. Sometimes when we do these reports, we applaud that, yes, because of the presence, the heavy presence, or the perceived presence of security agencies, there'll be less attempts to skew the system. But we do realize in off-cycle elections, a lot of resources are committed to those places. For instance, no fewer than 35,000. And when it comes to the bigger picture, are you going to have that kind of personnel to deploy to each state of the federation to secure? And that's the big question most people have asked. And that the success rates of security operations in states that have held off-cycle elections are not enough by any way to,
not at all.
to speak of what's happening in the country.
No.
I agree with you, Cyril. I totally agree with you. Off-cycle elections looks better organized than the general one because of the deploying security to 774 local governments and 36 states, and the FCT has a huge logistic challenge. But again, you saw in one of the reports where your correspondent said that she was one of the local wards that there were no even security presence at all.
Absence of security.
Yeah, so that you deploy 35,000 police may actually not translate to police being in some area, because some of them might just be maybe attached to VIPs or escorting materials and so on and so forth. So the best way to secure an election is to ensure that the right things are done. Deploying physical policemen, wearing combat uniform the way I saw the DIG and AIG is not, to me, it's not the best way of policing. I used to say that when you see the American president, you just see people, some men in suits, few of them, you don't see anybody wielding gun. When you see the way security is done in some climes, you see they do more of intelligence gathering, they do more of CCTV monitoring and so on. But here we think that security is about carrying guns, and because in an election, actually, some of what used to scare voters or we used to make voters to not to turn out for election is the way the whole area is militarized. The overbearing presence of security agencies carrying AK-47, carrying arms and ammunition, live arms and ammunition. It could actually scare a lot of people. So the Nigerian police should do more. Policing a particular area or a particular polling booth has nothing to do with deployment of large number of people. For example, if you have a patrol van situated within a short radius, if there are issues, the presiding officer or somebody can make a call quickly, and then the police can respond immediately. That sounds more professional, that sounds better, so that the area is less militarized, because democracy is about the free choice of the people. When what people see in the polling areas are guns and war-clad security personnel, in some cases even soldiers are deployed. Yes, yeah, so soldiers are deployed for election duties. I even heard the Chief of Defense Staff some few days ago charging soldiers to deal ruthlessly with anybody and things like that. So the militarization of our democratic space is not good. The security agencies should devise a more professional and more amenable way of providing security at times of election. Overbearing presence of this police and military people does not portend. I agree that activities of cultists, activities of political thugs, and so on. But just like the DIG was saying, these same people that were arrested yesterday, in the next few days, you will see they will be walking free. And that is why a lot of people don't take some of these things that they say in the 2023 elections. All those arrested, what has happened to them? How many of them have been charged to court? How many of them have been jailed as a result of their activity? These are the things these are the questions that Nigerians are asking. So in terms of security, the National Assembly and also other stakeholders must still revisit issue of providing security for our electoral process. Like I said earlier, most of these security and all these logistical issues would have been avoided simply by using modern methods of electioneering. In developed climes, like even the US and Britain, you don't see this massive deployment of policemen yes, they could deploy police to generally patrol and also make sure that there's law and order. But to say that they are deployed specifically for election purpose is an aberration, which we should try and address, so that anytime there's an election, they don't need to be mobilizing thousands and millions of police. And the logistics involved in our democracy, as Cyril, you talked about cost. You see, the cost of running election in the next few years will be unsustainable. A situation whereby we are talking about, I read in one of the states to conduct local government election, they were talking about 6 billion. 6 billion. 6 billion could do a lot of projects, provide water, provide a lot of things, you know. And when you look at budget, INEC budget for elections, all this money are scarce resources that should be channeled into development programs. So the cost of running our democracy is really very high. And both the government and the stakeholders, we need to find a way of reducing this cost. And the only way to reduce this cost is to amend some of these manual processes, so that you don't need to deploy 30-something thousand policemen to a state, for example, to provide security cover when people don't need to congregate at a place, or they need to vote quickly and go back to their homes. So I agree with you that a lot of security has been provided for this particular election, but we are still having reports that some areas have not been covered. So that means they need more. Yes, that is what it means. It means the 35 was inadequate.
Very interesting discussion. But to be honest, I don't believe that when police tell us that they deploy 45,000 people, 35,000, like you said in the case of Edo, and additional 8,000 from other security agencies, I'm not sure. They may not be telling us, but I don't think they mean it in the physical sense of it, you know. Because how many policemen do we even have in the country overall, you know? And look at the cost of that deployment. Just imagine how what it will cost them, you know, to bring in 35,000 into Edo State only for the sake of election. Some of these pronouncements might just be symbolic to tell us how well they are prepared, you know, for the process, and probably to deter, you know, if not to intimidate potential troublemakers. But again, I agree with my colleagues that what appears to be the over-securitization of the process might not necessarily be necessary, because when we're talking about free elections, should be free, fair, and credible. That freedom that we envisage is not ordinary. You know, it should be real. And when we say something is free, it means that there's no let on hindrance, and there's no fear, no intimidation. You know, and of course, when those things are absent in the process, then you can say it's actually free in the true sense of the word. Right. And of course, you don't a situation where you see a senior police officer in battle jail, you know, looking as if he's going for a war front. You know, just it looks like it looks anticlimactic. You know, and you probably just want to believe that maybe he's just trying to enjoy himself at the end of the day.
Well, if we look at our screens now, we'll see that our correspondent Victor Archer is standing in front of a location there. I believe he's in Fuga. So Victor Archer will update us at this point on counting and counting the process in the Edo elections. Victor Archer in Fuga, let's hear you.
Thank you very much. I am in Fuga here, the headquarters of Esako Central Local Government Area. The headquarters of Esako Central Local Government Area. Here is Ward 3, the collation center of Ward 3 in one of the primary schools. In Ward 3, we have about 10,000 registered voters here in Fuga. As you can see, voting has been concluded. Sorting and counting of votes have also been concluded. The people are waiting patiently for the final collation of the results here in the Ward 3. Both the parties who participated in the exercise are waiting anxiously to see the end of the work they did today in the ward. Here with me, I have the chairman of Esako Central Local Government Area, Mr. Solomon Obomege, who will be telling us about the process here today since they came here around 8:30 this morning. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome.
Thank you very much. You are welcome to Esako Central Local Government.
So what do you have to say about the exercise? You came here this morning around 8:30, and now it's after 4. So what do you have to say?
For the exercise for this Ward 3, where I'm a participant, the process was peaceful, and the people are excited to know exactly what their vote is.
Now, looking at the conduct of the exercise by INEC, will you say you are okay with what you see today compared to what people have been saying before?
Yeah, for my ward, where I'm presently physically here, the process was peaceful, and I'm sure the election has some level of integrity. But now, I don't know what is happening in other wards until I get a feedback from them. But for here, for Ward 3, it's a central local government area, there's peace, and election was peaceful.
Okay, now looking at security-wise, from Obe Primary School down to where we are now, then to other wards in Fuga, because we know that Fuga has 3 wards. Yeah. Looking at security-wise, as the chairman of the local government, how will you rate the security arrangement?
As the chief executive officer of the local government, the presence of the security agencies has made the process more credible. But before now, we've been expecting violence. Nothing of such happened. I want to thank the security agencies for being up with their game.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Obomege. Now we have also an old woman who voted here this morning, and she said she is waiting to see the outcome of her work today, whether it will go well. Now let's see, Mama, what's your name?
My name is Madali Akabe.
Madala Akabe.
Yes.
Did you vote here today?
Yes.
So why are you still here?
As that selling market.
Okay.
Though.
Okay, you sit down at the sell market. Yes. So selling the market and you are looking at the exercise. Yes. So, how will you rate the exercise so far? Before you don't, maybe you vote. Now another vote. Yes. Will you get have been doing before?
No.
Why?
The one where they do today is very good. They are quickly do anything, no fatty, no anything. They just keep quiet.
Okay. Yeah, from all indications here in the Esako Central Local Government Area, the exercise has so far been free and violence-free, peaceful in this area, as people are attesting to the fact that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, did very well today in the Edo governorship election. We'll also update you again with other outcomes in other areas in the Esako Central Local Government Area and East. I am Victor John Archer. Over to you again in the studio.
Victor, we are with these updates, and we want to even see more of them, because at this point in time, attention should be on the counting of the votes, and people have voted. So we will need to see more of the counting and see how the process is going on, if seamless or not. That's what will give us the plank with which to begin to assess what has been done already, because for many places now, the concentration is on the counting. In the absence of what our guests have talked about, the use of technology, the extent that this manual part of it would be eliminated, we still have to wait and depend on those reports coming in fast. Hopefully the correspondents deployed across the state would be up to speed in bringing us those updates for us to see what's happening in the process. And of course, there were areas that voting had been allowed to go beyond the 2:30 given the circumstances there. Those also would need to get updates from correspondents who are across the state. But back here in the studio, Chris, we're seeing all this play out.
Yes.
And from what we're seeing at this point, it looks like what you earlier predicted might happen, and this process might go on far into the night.
Yeah, of course. Well, in every election, with the exception of Ekiti State election, it was in 2001. 2021. No, the election that brought in the current governor of Ekiti State. With the exception of that, that was where we saw elections were concluded so fast that by 8 p.m. almost all the results from the local government areas were already at the state collation center. In the states like Edo, they also have some rough terrain. Those areas results always come late. And then, so deployment of materials may not get there as at when due. So we expect part of this is to get into the night. That is, if election is held in the areas as anticipated, so there won't be a case of extending it to tomorrow. But if it becomes necessary, we should also be prepared for that. But what we also expect that the reportage coming from the field, the situation report, appears to be on the positive side. So we pray that this trajectory will continue and end like that. For now.
The prayers as usual. Dr. Bali, your closing thoughts.
Yes, so far, I think when we started, we talked about so far so good. It's still so far so good. My joy is that we have not had any case of violence. We have not had any case of snatching of ballot box, disruption of election anywhere, at least from all the reports that we have monitored here. Counting also has been going on smoothly. Sorting has also been going on. INEC has come out to say that all the areas where materials arrive late, they should extend the voting time. And also they are providing generator light up the collation centers and so on. So by and large, it's an off-cycle election. In the general election, we might not have the luxury of all this time and all this, the personnel, and with the tension in the general election. But I think INEC deserves some kudos for what we have seen so far. Not just INEC, even the police, they have tried. We have not had any serious case of breach. And but as a parting shot, I want to thank NTA because the coverage of this election, the real-time online coverage has been very, very good. And I think your viewers would have appreciated all that you are doing as NTA.
All right. Thank you. Prof.
Yeah, election is a festival of democracy, and we should always see it in that light. Something that we should be celebratory about, not something that should be riddled or characterized with violence and destruction and death, you know, and not something again that we should, go for broke financing. You know, it shouldn't be something that should leave us in penury afterwards. It's a glorious thing, and that should be a very important pedestal to the next level of leadership, given the opportunity it offers for citizens to boost their self-esteem, to identify themselves as citizens, determining who will lead them in another span of time. Right. And against that background, citizens should always see it as a moment that they should be glorious about. And we're expecting that Edo will emerge in a blaze of glory as a result of this election.
That's right. Well, thank you so very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Professor Abiodun Adeniyi. Thank you, Dr. Adoye Omale. And Chris Agiri, thank you so much for availing us of your thoughts.
Thank you.
Well, they'll be taking a break at this point. I will also be taking a break at this point, but not to mind, not to worry. The coverage of Edo Governorship Election 2024 continues on NTA, and the rest of it will be back in just a moment with Henry John. So stay with the NTA. Henry will be up and running with you in just a moment.
24 hours a day. NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel.
And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters.
You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Of course, expansive coverage, if you like, extensive coverage of the Edo election going down today. It's been very eventful in Benin City and, of course, other parts of Edo State, the 18 local governments. And I'm sure that you have been properly updated right here on the largest TV network in Africa. Many thanks to the veteran, Cyril Stoba, for the detailed interviews and, of course, updates from our colleagues on the field right there in Edo State. Edo Decides on the Nigerian Television Authority continues. We want to make sure that you get all that you need to know about what is happening and, of course, be properly informed. Just to quickly update you that the Nigeria Police Force says in another comprehensive operation, police operatives conducted synchronized raids and identified black spots on September 20, 2024. And this statement by the Force Public Relations Officer, ACP Olumoyiwa Adejobi, alleges that a well-coordinated effort led to the arrest of two key suspects who are members of a political party, Mortiga Godspa, who is 25-year-old, and Faraway Isaac, who is 27, both from Ufunama community of your Southwest local government area of Edo State. Now, the statement alleges that the suspects are connected to a larger network involving one Atiku and a kingpin known as the Boss, who were apprehended at a guest house in Epoma, where a substantial amount of cash and incriminating items were recovered. These items include a list of voters' names with corresponding monetary values, collection of pre-filled ballot papers, and a set of fake identification cards. The statement further says that 6 suspects, namely Suleiman Abdurrahman, Fatima Yakubu, Yusuf Aminat, 52-year-old, Salihu Lukman, 54 years, Sofianu Saratu, 32, were all arrested at Iboshe Secondary School, Auchi, for engaging in vote buying. Now, this group was found with a large sum of money, a cache of weapons, and a detailed plan outlining strategies for voter intimidation. Now, a fake journalist who claims to be a staff member of one of the leading television stations in Nigeria was also apprehended, further highlighting the extent of the criminal network. The force says investigations are ongoing and updates will be provided as events unfold. Of course, that report is from the Nigeria Police. Just to quickly let you know, the efforts being put, by the Nigeria Police and other security operatives on the field, ensuring that there's calm and peace, if you like, in all the polling units where election is taking place. I'm not here alone. I have with me seated, of course, to look at the different reports we'll be getting from our colleagues who are still on the field. Of course, sorting and counting have begun, and they will be filling us with all the details that we need to know. I must welcome and, of course, appreciate Nick Dezang. You were here in the morning. Of course, I did watch you from home. Thank you so much for rejoining us for the conversation on Edo Decide. Just before we take some reports, I'd like to just find out from you, Nick, from all that you've heard, what you've seen, from the NTA, from our reporters in the field, and I'm sure you get feelers from those in Edo State. What's your impression about the whole exercise?
Well, given the kind of violent rhetoric that had characterized the campaigns and the tension in the state, I think the election went on peacefully. From the reports that I have watched on television and the ones that I have read in the social media, and also statements made by other NGOs such as Yaga Africa. However, there were some challenges, logistics challenges. Some of the polling units did not open on time, particularly the polling unit where one of the governorship candidates, voted, didn't open on time. Of course, the rains were all over the state, and in spite of the rains, the voters were not deterred, and there were also expressions of observations that perhaps the voter turnout was not as huge as before. But my observation too is that, the previous election in 2020 took place before voter access to polling units was created in 2022 by the Commission, where more voting centers were created to decongest the polling units. So perhaps because more centers were created and, congestion was not as prevalent as in the past, people just assumed that the voter turnout was low in the morning. But at the end of the day, when the figures are in, it is then we will have a very clear picture of how the turnout, in the election has been. And I think too that in addition to that, the EFCC was able to effect arrest of some vote buyers, which is very good. Of course, we are aware that some of the vote buying and selling had taken place even before the conduct of the elections. And any stakeholder in the process must be concerned about this phenomenon, because it tends to be getting rampant and taking different dimensions. Each time the Commission and other stakeholders come up with ways to, to check it, the more the perpetrators devise other means. So they are very creative, and I think that the Commission and the agencies, anti-corruption agencies, should up their game. They should be proactive. They should be able to project the kinds of things such desperate people can do and see how they can checkmate them. Otherwise, I think that the elections went well, and as at an hour or two ago, sorting and counting of votes had begun in many polling units across Edo State. So in the next 1-2 hours, collation should begin in earnest at the ward level, and then the local government level. And if this is sustained, if this trajectory is sustained, then it means perhaps the state collation center will open towards the small hours of tomorrow morning. But the challenge also is this. Certainly the security agencies have done very well. And when I was following the last set of discussions, the last panel, I think the issue of massive deployment of security agencies arose with regard to off-cycle elections. And you see, my own experience since off-cycle elections began is that when you have an off-cycle election, politicians, desperate and unscrupulous politicians, also deploy all sorts of methods to subvert and scupper the election. And for you to now checkmate that, you need to have huge deployment of security agencies. And most of the time, too, these elections are preceded, by violence. If you look at what happened in the past in Anambra, in fact, successively in Anambra, in the past 2 or 3 election cycles, each governorship election is preceded by a lot of violence. And at one point in Ekiti, we had that kind of situation as well. But anytime we have a huge deployment of security agencies, it tends to assure the people, that they are safe. And that gives them the confidence to come out. And it is when also you are doing a general election, you discover that you don't have the benefit or the luxury of deploying so many policemen at one place. They are thinly spread. But so also are those who perpetrate these malfeasances. They are also thinly spread. But in the case of an off-cycle election, they are concentrated and saturated in one place. each party will inaugurate a campaign council. And in each campaign council, there will be more than 20 big wigs of that political party. And each person coming with his own supporters, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And when you put all that in the mix, each political party, and if you have, like, in this instance, 18 candidates contesting, and each party inundating the state with its own campaign council, you can just imagine the scenario. So
course,
to that extent,
those who would argue with you would say that despite being an off-cycle election, there has been an increase in the number of security operatives. So let's be specific now. With the police deployed to Edo State in 2016, 25,000 were deployed.
Yes.
In 2020, the number rose to 31,000.
Now it's 35,000.
Now it's 35. So
minus other security agencies
operatives,
making 8 plus 8,000.
Exactly. So some people who would criticize that move, of course, and I'm sure you saw a report where, one of our reporters talked about in a particular poll unit there was no, policeman,
yes,
being present.
You can also see that there's an uptick, there's an upscale in the violence. In 2020, certainly there was tension in Edo. There were incidents of violence before the conduct of the election. As I said earlier on, at one point, even at INEC, we were not so sure that the election will hold. And we now had to resort to other stakeholders to prevail on the candidates to, sheath their swords, literally. And with this election, you could see that there was an escalation. So where there's an escalation of violence or the possibility of violence, there will be a concomitant escalation of security agents on the ground. You will now have to have more boots on the ground to assure the people that, look, this election, we are going to be on top of issues. And I think that was the disposition of the security agencies, as exemplified by the AIG.
I'll pause you at this point, Nick Dzang. Of course, I'll get back to you, talk about some of the issues that you have mentioned, and that's, for example, voter inducement, and some other issues that have come up as a result of this election. But let's quickly take this report now. Sorting and counting of votes are ongoing in various polling units in Edo State, and here's a compilation of sights and sound.
PDP. 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 APC. APC. PDP. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
PDP. 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 APC. 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 PDP. 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 APC. APC.
Where is that? They cannot bring it. You said?
That's what it means. That's what I'm talking about. One person that was not accredited.
She was already given a ballot.
Your dedication failed, and we have already.
On that, we'll use that one as spoiled.
Is that the spoiled one?
Yes.
Why you still have 103?
Not the spoiled one now.
Wait.
See, the mistake that it would have been 104 since there is a spoiled one. It would have been 104.
Not 103.
It would have been 104.
So,
in terms of the party number, yeah, it corresponds.
Correct, because if you man.
Sorting ongoing at Ward 2, Unit 3 in Ewohimi, Esan South.
Across Edo State, of course, you can see that counting has begun, and for some places they are done counting. You can see that the result sheets are already being filled and all of that. I'm sure from the filling of results, it will be uploaded to IREF. That's the assurance we got from INEC, and anyone from anywhere in the world can, of course, view the results, what went down in Edo State today. So back to you, Nick Dezang. You were giving your own overview of, what transpired in Edo State in the early hours. Of course, we're yet to see what's going to happen, as the polls, of course, closes in few hours and all of that. And, we'll begin to get results. Now, you did make mention of vote buying, and of course we saw reports earlier when Sarah Stober was on. Some of my colleagues on the field did talk about, or rather those interviewed, they talk about vote buying still being an issue. Someone said it's now spiritual, such that the voters see those buying, while the police men, or if you like security operatives, do not see when such transactions take place. So I just want to find out what you think about vote buying. But let's begin from the beginning. Voter inducement doesn't start on election day. It starts before election.
That's why I'm coming to, and perhaps that's why they are attributing a spiritual dimension to it. In time past, when it began at the polling unit, level. And at that time, I can say that even the commission was taken aback. I was at one of the elections where that took place, and in that time, we used to go for elections several months ahead of the conduct of the elections. So like the Edo governorship election, which is taking place today, staff of the former Public Affairs Department, which later transformed into voter education and publicity, gender, and so on, would be on ground about 2 months ahead of the conduct of the election. And we use the occasion to do voter education, to accredit journalists, and to have a feel of how the elections are going to pan out. Because we were moving from one local government to the other, interacting with the people, mobilizing the people, doing voter education, and it will give you a sense of how the elections will turn out. And in that state, I don't want to mention the state. I and my former director, I was deputy director then, we were shocked when at the collation center, the results did not reflect what we had sensed during our stay. And I had been there 3 months prior to the conduct of that election. And I had been to all the local governments in that state. I had interacted with stakeholders. I had interacted with journalists, and so on. And we couldn't believe what happened. But at the end of the day, we followed up and investigated and discovered that a humongous amount was deployed, at most of the polling units except 1 or 2 local governments where one of the formidable candidates had fiercely loyal supporters. They could not dare to do that in those areas. So they avoided those areas, and those were the areas that he won the election at the end of the day. So at that point, when they started, they were doing it at the polling unit level. So now INEC devised ways to counter that. But subsequently, they now began to do them in advance of the conduct of the election, particularly during the conduct of off-cycle governorship elections. They would do it weeks and reinforce them. They would take the form of wrappers being given to women, money being given to and in the case of Edo, there were reports of monies being doled out at campaign venues, for example. So this is systematic and done ahead. By the time EFCC and ICPC deploy, they would have already visited the whole thing. And maybe it will just be those who might want to reinforce the game at the end of the day who will be apprehended. And there will be the small fries. There will not be the high-profile perpetrators. And you see what we've always said is put in place the Electoral Offences Commission and Tribunal so that we can effectively apprehend and prosecute perpetrators of electoral offences to the full extent of the law. But as it is, the commission is hamstrung. It does not have the resources. It has one of the best set of lawyers in any of the MDAs in the country. In fact, they have a number of senior advocates of Nigeria now. But the number of lawyers they have are few, and then they don't have the resources to do the prosecution. Also, in some instances, INEC staff are also culpable. So how do you prosecute your own staff? So you need another body that is independent of the commission, which can now do this job and visit sanctions remorselessly on perpetrators. So that is the shape it has taken.
From what you're saying, it's going to be a long way before we get
it will be, and you see matters are also worsened by poverty. And the fact that politicians also weaponize poverty. They deliberately pauperize Nigerians so that they become vulnerable to being bought over. If, for example, it's challenging for anyone who has, for example, not seen 20,000 in 1 year to reject such an offer. But I think also we need to continue to do a lot of voter education. We need also to enlighten people to appreciate that when you allow yourself to be bought, it means you have been bought in advance. And whoever is coming to office has no commitment.
Doesn't owe you anything. He has no commitment towards you. All right. Thank you very much, Anik Dezang. I have to pause you. Of course, I'll get back to you. I understand that I have Faith Nwandashi joining us now for the conversation. Executive Director, Center for Transparency Advocacy. She joins us via Zoom all the way from Benin. Faith, it's good to see you. How is Benin?
Benin is calm. It's been raining, but it's bright now. It rained cats and dogs in the morning, and I'm happy to say that now it's bright out. The election has been peaceful so far, aside one case that was reported to us where people went to snatch the ballot, and aside that, it has been very peaceful.
Where exactly did that ballot snatching take place?
It happened in Ikoboka local government area in a polling unit 7 Ward 6 in Nyai Primary School. Yes, Ward 6 Unit 46. that's not Enyai Primary School, was 6 Unit 46. That's where the ballot snatching happened just after the close of poll. And incidentally, it's in Ikwoboka, the same Ikwoboka where earlier in the day, EFCC officials arrested some politicians who were vote trading. That happened in Enyai Primary School, was 6 polling unit 7. That's the South Senatorial District where it happened. But generally, election has been peaceful since morning. The rain disrupted the election earlier, but after the rains, people also started coming out and the elections continued. So there's been respect for voters. There's not been any form of intimidation, even coming from observers that we observe across the 18 local government areas. I went out personally. In the morning, I went to a particular polling unit in Ego local government area and found that there were no security agents there. We actually escalated that. There were 2 INEC officials in the place with about 234 registered voters in that particular polling unit. I went there personally under the rain and found there were no security agents in that particular place. In Abuja Northeast, where we were earlier, there was a number of turnout of voters. We had 3 polling units in that particular primary school. One of the polling units had about 76 registered voters. But by the time I was leaving there at about 10 a.m., about 50 people had voted in that particular polling unit. Though there was another polling unit that had over 2,000 voters, we didn't see up to 100 people voting by the time we left that particular polling unit. And then the discussion you had about vote buying is in all of the polling units, all of the results and reports we are getting. One of our observers reported from the Edo Central that while the election was going on, one of the party agents stood at the middle of the queue and shouted that his party will pay anybody that votes for them 20,000 naira. And that kind of disrupted the election for a bit until things normalized and they were able to continue the voting.
What happened to that person who screamed that his party would pay 20,000 naira to whoever votes for his party? What happened?
Nothing happened. Nothing happened. And that's what we are saying, that the security agents are not playing their role on election day. They seem to be treating electoral offenses different from the way they treat offenses on non-election days. So the Constitution and the Electoral Act talks about, the Police Act talks about the police arresting, any situation of criminality that happens. And that is their number 1 mandate. But when it comes to election, the security agents decide to treat electoral offenses differently from the way that they treat criminal offenses and other things that they do. So, and this is where we need to, because when such things happen, you expect that the police or the security agents around will be proactive in handling the issues. They expect that the INEC official who is busy at that time administering, accrediting voters, administering ballot papers and ensuring that the people are there, they are the ones that they expect to come to tell them that an electoral breach has happened before they can take action. We need to address this. And I think the media also should help us to address it, because when you have security agents in a polling unit acting as if they are observers in a polling unit, they see these things happen. For instance, do you know that politicians even now respect observers much more than they respect security agents? Because as an observer, you are going to the field and you notice that this is happening. If you are walking towards them, you will see that either they will disperse or they will stop whatever they are doing. But they don't do that when they see the security agents. They carry on as if nothing is happening. But when they see an observer coming, I was in a particular primary school and I noticed that when vote buying was going on, I tried to investigate, to walk around, and they saw me coming. Before I could even finish speaking with my colleague, they had dispersed. That's to tell you that they understand the role of observers. And if only that the security agents could play the same role, I'm sure whatever situation that they find, I'm sure that the kind of impunity that we see does not always happen.
All right, Faith, thank you so much. I have so many questions for you, but let's begin with the aspect of vote buying, which you have mentioned. You know, compared to previous elections, let's be particular with Edo State now. Since 2016, let's just look at that. In 2016, of course, I did see, you know, vote buying happen, of course, maybe 1,000, 2,000, and of course, there were reports in that regard. In 2020, we're hearing of 3,000, 5,000. Now we're hearing of 15,000, 20,000. Tell us, is this the worst that we have seen in terms of vote buying and in the conduct of security officials? You have pointed fingers at them not doing the needful even when they are present. Would you say that this is the worst?
Well, you can never say that this is the worst because we have another election coming. In 2016, when this issue of vote buying started, it actually started from Edo State, and we thought it was a joke. You know, people were selling their votes for 1,000. In fact, we saw, because I was here in 2016 to also observe the election, what you will see then was people will run out of their houses and say, oh, they don't give me 1,000. Oh, I heard say they give you 1,000. I beg, make I go vote. Who they give the money? Make I go collect my money. So it was 1,000, 2,000. By 2020, it went up to 3,000, 5,000. Now we are looking at 10,000 naira and above. You know, you can imagine if you are a household of 5 voters, eligible voters, and 10 of you come out to vote. The thing is, it starts from Edo and then goes on to other states. When Edo was giving 1,000 naira, the next election we had Ondo, Anambra, and all of those other elections. By the time we got it became 5,000, and even before it came back to Edo 2020, that was 5,000. It was already increased in other places. So it's like, this is a testing ground. People want to hear what has happened. How did it go? What did it not go? We even had a colleague who was able to, you know, they come with a bag of money in those places. The security agents know them. We were coming from one Oredo, very close to Santana Market in Saple Road. We were coming back. We stopped, you know, to look at, and there were security agents there, very close by. There was a transformer there. And then, you know, we were just having a conversation with them, and we were saying, oh, this is peaceful, what's happening? Peaceful, nothing is happening here. And we knew, we don't say, oh, you know, like that transformer, nothing is happening there. No vote buying is happening there. They started laughing because they knew what we were saying, you know. So those are the kind of things that you see happen. And I don't think it's going to be the end. The only thing we need to appeal to, even if you look at this t-shirt that don't sell votes, and people are looking at that. I'm wearing this into the polling unit, and people are looking at, don't sell your votes, and people are saying, now they talk now, oh no, I must sell my vote. You know, prior to the election, we went and people were saying, oh, they are going to sell their vote. Now, what we saw happen again was that people will come onto the field, and then they are looking for the person who is holding their card. We had that intelligence prior to the election that the politicians were collecting the voters' card of people, and we assigned them to a particular person in the polling unit where they will vote. They will go to collect the card. So we saw that happen today.
All right. Faith, I'm sure you have seen so much, and we really want to, you know, have a feel of all that you have seen and heard. But let's look at the electoral umpire now, INEC. You've pointed fingers at the security operatives and even the conduct of the voters themselves. How would you rate the performance of INEC today?
I would say that INEC performed very well, because even though some of the polling units we went to, they didn't start election at 8:30, but as soon as election started, the beavers worked perfectly well. At times, the people who were being accredited, I saw that in some of the polling units, we had between 1 minute 35 seconds for people to be accredited if they were using their fingerprints, but if they were using their faces, it's just between 30 seconds to 50 seconds to get people accredited. And then the entire voting process for an individual, from the time of accreditation to the time the person is putting his or her ballot paper in the ballot box, it was taking an average of 1 minute, 50 seconds to 2 minutes to do. And it was going very, very fast in those places. So very few cases of people that couldn't be accredited, and we saw that they were old people, you know, those people who had already had issues with their fingerprints, the machine could not pick their faces, and there were very few. In a case where you have about 30 voters who have voted, you have just one person who is having issue with the beavers. And then then that process went on seamlessly. And now we have been monitoring the upload of results on IREV. Before we started this interview, we had over 70% of results already uploaded. And before I started this interview, I was following up on the results already uploaded and the ones that were sent to us by our observers, and we are looking at it and we saw that they are the same result that is being uploaded. So if at 5 p.m. we have over 70% of results uploaded so far, that means...
When you say 70% Faith, Faith, do you mean across Edo State or in a particular local government?
No, across Edo State.
Okay, fantastic.
You can actually monitor it. You can actually monitor it from the studio on the IREV portal. That is the INEC result viewing portal. You can actually monitor it. We are following up. We have people in a situation room who are following up. I am also following up to see.
So now, Faith, if you say by this time, let me just quickly confirm that this is 16 minutes past 5. Yes. If you say by this time 70% of the results have been uploaded on IREV, would that mean that the voters that came out today were fewer than the number that came out in 2020?
Well, we will not be able to ascertain right now the total number because we have not done that collation by ourselves. We're just looking at the upload of the results, where it's coming from. We're also checking to see that it is the actual results and not pictures and other things that have been uploaded, but results from polling units that are coming. We're following up. We have over 4,000 polling units in Edo State and over 2,500 results have been uploaded so far. And that's something about that's something we are happy about, and we hope that at the end of the day, perhaps this could actually be the fastest result that will be declared in Nigeria. If at 5 p.m. we have seen that results have been uploaded, perhaps maybe before midnight or before 8 p.m. we can have 100% of the results uploaded, and that will mean INEC going ahead to announce and declare the results.
All right, Faith, I actually asked you that question about, comparison as regards voter turnout and the speed with which results have been uploaded at the moment. Because, of course, if the voting centers, looking at the number of registered voters in Edo State at 2,629 and 29 million, and we know that 2,249,000 actually have their PVCs. So if that number came out to vote today, of course, you'll be surprised why at this point you already have, 70% of the results already uploaded. In terms of voter apathy, I want you to tell me what you perceive. I know you may not have the true facts now until the results are. We'll get to see the numbers and all of that. But, I just want you to tell me what you perceive, could have played out today. Because in 2016, we had 1.9 million voters in Edo State, and 622,039 actually took part in that election. In 2020, we had 2,210,000 registered voters who actually picked up their 1.7 million picked up their PVCs actually, and just 557,444 of them voted. So from what you saw today and the reports that you have from across Edo State, would you say that more people came out to vote? Would you say that voter apathy has reduced in that state?
No. We still, before going into the election, we had issues. We had our concerns around voter apathy. We actually projected that perhaps when results are calculated and people who came out, we should be looking about 30 to 35% voter turnout, considering also that we just the Edo election, like I said, you're looking at the total number of persons. And in some of the polling units we went to, like the one in Abuja Northeast that we went to, there was a particular polling unit that had about 76 voters. And as at the time I left there, over 50 persons from that 76 had voted. So, but you cannot use that one polling unit to say, okay, there was voter turnout. Because in that same polling unit, another unit had about 2,305 voters. But as at the time we were leaving, there were just a little bit less than 100 people that had voted. So there are other places we went to. We have, there were about 94 voters. By the time we got there, close to 12 noon, there were only 16 voters who had voted in that place. So there's still a lot of voter apathy. People need to realize, I think that it is also that's the first statement that I made earlier, to say that there's a lot to be done in voter education, getting people to understand the power that they have. So if we get between 30 to 35% or more than that, then that's what we will get, but we hope that more people will be able to do. And you know that INEC before the election had also come out to say about 84% of registered voters collected their PVC. So when we are looking at the total number of people who have collected their PVC, we're not looking at the total number of registered voters, because you cannot vote without a PVC. So we'll be basing the total number of people who came out to vote on the total number of people who collected their PVC. So that 30-35% I was talking about was actually 30-35% of the total number of people who have collected their PVCs. The issue of voter apathy is still there, and we need to really do something about it.
Exactly. Of course, Faith and Wandishi, I want you to stay with me. This conversation continues, but I want to quickly take my colleague who is on the field to give us an update of what is happening in Ego Collation Center. Anwili Okolo, I can see you. If you can see me or hear me, I'd like you to tell me what's happening at the Collation Center.
Hello, Aaron. Good evening. I cannot see you. I know you can see me, so it's good to hear your voice. Yes, I am at Egosa Grammar School, the Collation Center for Ward 9 in Ego local government area. Ward 9 has about 44 polling units, so we're expecting, the 44 polling units here this evening. They're already trickling in, bringing in their materials. All electoral materials that were used will be brought back here. And then Egosa Grammar School also happens to be the collation center for the local government as well. So after the collation at ward level, the collation for the local government will commence. So we would also expect the results from 10 different wards under Ego local government to converge here this evening.
Now, I want you to tell me, what's Egosa Grammar School looking like this evening? Can you see security operatives there? People conducting themselves, properly? Is there peace and calm at the moment?
It's pretty peaceful. Everyone is just going about their duties to make sure that they turn out the votes right. People have come out to cast their votes. Now it depends on the officials to make sure that these votes are presented the way they were cast. So they're just going about their duties. Security personnel are here to make sure that everything stays calm and it just goes peacefully without any frenzy or chaos. And it's been smooth and seamless so far from my observation.
All right, thank you, Anwili. Of course, I'll get back to you, but just a quick one. I want to find out, I'm sure you, saw some polling units dispatched, to that collation center before you got there. Did you see, the results as collated at the polling units being updated to IREV before they moved to Egosa, or there were issues with the updating of results to IREV?
We didn't notice any issue. Most time, the two polling units I was at, it was manual. After the party agents signed, they collated on their result sheet and then started moving down here. So no issues have been observed actually in all the polling units that have been. The beavers worked fine. The IRF process seemed, okay. So, and then the party agents were all on ground to make sure that, okay, checkmating things. So if there was an issue at all, they...
All right, looks like I lost that connection with...
We didn't observe any.
All right, many thanks, Anwili. We'll stay with you as you get more updates. Please let us know. Well done. Thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
All right, that's my colleague Anwili Okolo, who has been on the field, if you like, since yesterday, of course, trying to make sure that you get all the details as regards to the election. I'd like to get back to Faith now. Faith Wandishi, I'm sure you're still with us. Before I joined Anwili, you were talking to us about voter apathy still being an issue in Edo State. But, I'd like to find out what you think about fake news and disinformation as regards this election in total. Just some hours before the election yesterday, we saw some reports in some, if you like, unaccredited media outfits, of course, not on the NTA, that some, candidates in this election have stepped down. We've seen all kinds of news flying up and down, stories of, in a particular party being arrested and all of that. What would you say is the role of fake news and disinformation in this election? Has it, helped in any way?
It has not helped. It has not helped. It has really, it's also one of the causes of this issue of apathy that you have. For instance, the Inspector General of Police says they are bringing 35,000 police officers to Edo State. And 2 days before the election, you see police officers everywhere. People are having different perceptions around the reason why you have too many police officers coming to Edo State or coming to any state for that matter for election. And some of them will say, oh, I don't want to come out so that they will not mistake me in case I make a mistake or I do this. I don't want to be arrested. And so they stay at home. It contributes also to that. If only the gladiators would play according to the...
All right. Looks like I lost that connection. Faith and Wandisha, we want that connection to be clear.
So,
okay.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Okay, so that's something that we need to... yesterday, there was this fake news. I had different people calling me, oh, what is this, what is that? But luckily, we were able to confirm that it was actually fake news. We had some of your reporters that were with us at the time this news came. They went for the press briefing, but at that time, we already knew that it was fake news. And you see also, prior to the election, one of the things that hit up the polity is this idea of bringing things that had happened like in the year 2000, 2016, they bring it back to look as if it just happened. And in these days of AI, some people can clone anything, change anything, use anybody's voice, and it's not really helping. And that's why we're happy with news channels like the NTA that ensure that whatever they put out there is verified news. We need to do more and be deliberate about the kind of news that once there is something out there. And then we also need to find a way to penalize people who unnecessarily hit up the polity, sharing fake news. The press statement we issued yesterday, we talked about misinformation and disinformation as one critical thing that is derailing the electoral process and not helping us at all. It is impacting on voter apathy. It is also impacting on the outcome of the election. So people should be penalized and punished for propagating and projecting fake news.
All right. Thank you very much, Faith. You see, I like the sound of your voice, so I want you to stay with me and, of course, tell me what you have seen and heard in those states. I'd like you to speak about ethnic politics now quickly. Of course, build up to this election, we did, see in different quarters, whose turn it is to lead Edo State. And I mean, some political parties also, took the part of zoning, making sure that, they fielded candidates from a particular, sector, or if you like, a zone of Edo State. I want you to tell me, do you think it's an improvement for us, for us to go the way of ethnicity when it comes to politics? So we should think about competence. And then being on the field today, do you think that people voted based on their ethnicity or based on who they thought is competent to lead Edo State?
So, if I followed the politics in Edo State, especially I grew up here. I did my primary, tertiary, secondary. I was here. I grew up here, and I know a little bit of here. But from 1999, if you look at what has been happening, some political parties have been zoning. Take Delta State, for instance. They have always zoned it around the 3 senatorial districts. And they have tried to do that here in Edo State. But what has happened is that in Edo Central, where you have predominantly the Esan people, have not been able to field a candidate from 1999. The only candidate they had then was Professor Osumbo, who they caught, and that's why we are even having these successful elections in Edo State, was Professor Sumbo, who the court removed and gave the seat to Comrade Adams Osomole, who is from Edo North. So you had the Comrade Adams Osomole, who was governor. The only other time also that somebody from Edo Central was governor was far back in the days of UPN and the time of NPN and UPN when Professor Ambrose Ali was governor of Edo State. He's from Edo Central. And you know that this issue of ethnicity also played out seriously in 2020 when they had that conversation and they came to a compromise. They had to give and take. And they agreed that they were going to zone it to Edo Central. You had Chief Lucky Binedion, who was from Edo North, and you had Somole, who is from Edo. I mean, Lucky Edo South. You have Somole from Edo North, and you have Obaseki, who is also from Edo South. So they had that gentleperson agreement to say, okay, this is where the can come from. That is the politics. That is what we now. So perhaps what they do is you go to these zones and you bring out the best of the best, because it also helps to calm down some nerves. People don't feel that they are left out of the governance of a state they are part of. People don't feel that lies. People don't feel that whatever, we are just completing the numbers without letting it go. So, and also you go out to the field, the sentiment is there. People are saying, oh, okay, it is our turn. We have to feel a part of this. In fact, somebody was saying, how can we continue to be the second-class citizen in a state that we all say we are part of? And you know that you have strong ethnic groups in Edo State. For instance, in Edo North, you have the Afemai people, you have the Onwan people, and predominantly in Edo Central, you have the Esan, and then you come to Edo South, it's Edo, that's the Benins and all of that. So the issue of rotation in our address that issue of inclusion. I only wish that the way they discuss it, the commitments that they give in doing this rotation, they can also think about rotation and allowing women also the seats so that we can now have complete inclusion when we are talking about that. But if you ask me, I think the best actually should come irrespective of where the person is coming from, whether from any tribe, or if the person, everybody feels this person can deliver, this person can lead us, this person can represent us, because at the end of the day, it is the citizens who decide who they hire and who they fire. When we get to that understanding that we have our ballot card, which is the PVC, that is our right to hire and fire, then issues like vote buying, voter apathy would have been taken care of, and we will know that we are really in charge.
All right. Thank you so much, Faith. We're still in charge as far as the broadcast of Edo Decides is on. That's the Nigerian Television Authority, of course. And you know that I cannot have a conversation about politics without talking about women. And so I'm going to take you up on this. In 2020, we had 14 candidates and we had 2 female candidates. This time around, we have 18 candidates and just 1 woman. Faith, where are we headed? Do you think we stand a chance?
Is also happening at the National Assembly. You can see that the number of women who are taking up these political positions are dwindling. It is not that the number of women who are participating in politics are dwindling, because at the end of the day, when you take the statistics of men and women that are registered or men and women that come out to vote, it is more women that come out to vote. So we need to be able to get to the political parties. And you know that if you don't get the nomination of a political party, you can't stand, because the Constitution, the Electoral Act, says that it is the political party that fix processes and ensure that a female emerge as their flag bearer. If they don't do that, females will not emerge. So we need to go back to our drawing table, look at what the political party manifestos are.
Runner-up was just about, say, 66,000. And then in 2020, the margin was also very slim, about 84,000. At the moment, some say it's a 3-horse race, but all we know is that we have 18 candidates, who are contesting for the Osadebe Avenue. That's the government house, Dennis Osadebe Avenue, government house in Edo State. Do you see, a landslide, or you think that, well, it's going to be, I don't know, what's your impression? What's your feel?
Well, you know that the aftermath of the election brought a new on the field. 2020 2020, you had clearly, but from the results we are seeing and from the way things are going, it is actually still a two-horse race. Though when we went out on the field, we saw that we now have three political parties fielding party agents. For instance, we saw the APC, PDP, and the Labour Party party agents on the field. In the past, we only just see two. So out of the 17 people, you are seeing those three political parties. So you now have a new, as they say, a new kid on the block. And I hope that going forward, you will have more people, more political parties taking seriously this entire process. And that is what we are saying. At the end of the day, if you don't have party agents on the field, if you're not participating in the true electoral process, follow it up. And then you go to court and you don't have any evidence to show because you didn't have a party agent on the ground. You don't have your party, you don't have the result from the polling unit. You're not following what is posted on IREP. We always come back to square one. So it's important that we have more people on the field. I don't know if at this point, I am sitting very close to a collation center, and I really need to. My colleagues have been asking me, I really need to go there so I can have more information to give you if I am opportune to be back on your program.
All right.
May I be excused?
All right, of course, Faith, we'll let you go. Of course, we hope to have you back once you get all the information from that collation center. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
All right. That's Faith Mwandishi, Executive Director, Center for Transparency Advocacy. Nick Zhang, I know that you want to respond to quite a number of issues.
She raised quite a number of interesting issues. What is even more interesting is that she is there on the ground observing the conduct of the election, and she also has lived in Benin for quite some time. So she has a very good feel of the politics and the gladiators. And she raised, let me first respond to the issue of the marginalization of women in the political process. It's concerning to a lot of us because if you look at even the last population figures, the population of Nigeria is divided down the middle on just the existing previous ones. Was a clip in Mararaba, one of the voting centers in Mararaba. If you look at that place, it was overly congested with thousands of voters who congregate there on election day. But what is more interesting is that more of the voters in that congested center are women. And they were more determined to vote. If you look at their body language and their emotions and their determination, they were more determined than the men to vote. In fact, at one point, as they were seething forward to go and vote, the center itself collapsed. So we deployed that, to make a case for creation of additional polling units. But in addition to making that, using that video clip epitomized, it made an eloquence against the COVID-19 pandemic at that level were led by women presidents or prime ministers. Merkel in Germany and the others, in Sweden and so on. 6 of them, it's there, it's on the record. They were not men, they were women. Because women tend to be more focused. When a woman is involved in an issue, even if it is emotional, she's focused. And a man does not bring to bear that kind of focus. But let me also say that after recognizing all this, look at what happened when Sarah Jubril contested against former President Goodluck Jonathan. All the delegates, except herself, voted for Goodluck Jonathan. They didn't find anything good in a fellow woman. And I've said this in another place, that look, I gave this example of the Williams sisters, Serena and Venus Williams. Whenever they play tennis, either they defeat or you win them, so long as you are a woman. They will embrace you, they will encourage you, they will solidarize with you. Women need to solidarize with themselves. They need to come together.
Oh, well, some people would argue with you.
In terms of strategy, when you are also fighting a cause, you co-opt people who are sympathetic to your cause. There are also women who are sympathetic to women. There are men who recognize that women can be virtuous. There are people who recognize that women can bring certain things to the table. Women need to align and to work with these kinds of men so that they will support them in their cause.
You know, Nick Dzang, you've made very valid points, you know, but as regards women participation in politics, many people would argue with you and say that women ordinarily would want to cheer up another woman.
Yes, they would,
but unfortunately,
we understand there are handicaps.
Yes.
There are, part of it, since our politics is monetized, is highly monetized, part of it is also women don't have the money. But which is why we need to go out and let people know that this thing should not be about money, but about... And thank God some of you here are at the commanding heights of the media. You should use your pedestals to canvass for your fellow women. That is why you are here.
But we do that. Unfortunately, the men do not want to support the women. You know, some people would argue
no,
the fact that you have very few men...
that a man with all due sense of proportion use that pedestal and push their case. I've met women like that who have done that, and they have done it beautifully. In the media, in the ministries, in the agencies, they have made cases for women. They have excelled, because if you excel in your job, you are also recommending other fellow women. You are saying that if we are given this opportunity, we will excel.
You see, Nick Dzang, I'm going to pause you, but of course, we're going to continue.
And don't forget that power is not given; it is taken. So don't wait. If you think you wait forever. You wait till thy kingdom come, because these men are not ready to concede. So you must also be prepared to fight. And to fight, you must devise strategies, like I said. There are men out there who are ready to give you opportunities. They know that you can bring something to the table.
You talked about fighting. Very few women
I'm
fight.
not talking of fighting in the physical sense.
A lot of women,
I'm not talking about...
want the transition to be as peaceful as possible.
I'm not saying that...
Let me pause you on that point. The resident electoral commissioner in Edo State, Anugbom Onwoha, has actually spoken on the election. Now, he spoke about extension of voting in areas where materials did not arrive on time, and restated that the votes of the people will count. Let's quickly hear him.
My assessment is that we have over 92%. There are some hitches in some areas, and that is why the Commission has extended the time. Ordinarily, it's supposed to stop at 2:30, but because some materials have arrived late in some polling units, the Commission, in their wisdom, decided to extend it, and that every vote that there should not be disqualified. And that is why we have not been receiving this. We allow everybody